No, but who are you here to support?
I
So there we go with the age groupers. And in the pro field, we have Patrick Lager and Annie Haug, both won Roth and both Kona champions. We have Sam Laidlow, first race after coming second in Kona. Ruth Astle, four first places in 2001 and 2022. She raced here as an age group racer in 2017. We also have Andy Dreitz, Roth winner, back after a terrible accident in 2022 in a race where a motorbike pulled out in front of him. Svenja Toes, she won Kotsmel, long distance, 5 wins in 2022. We have
Parece que hemos perdido algo de conexión y ya estamos de vuelta en la playa con nuestras compañeras. I was just saying that maybe we lost connection to them. Hannah, Catalina, they were talking just about the main racers here. Do you have your favorites for the categories?
So yeah, my favorite definitely for the women is Annie Haug, and I think she had an amazing race in Lanzarote few weeks ago, and yeah, I think she will be definitely looking to the top spot, or at least top 3. Yeah, there are many strong women, so everyone can, take the lead, and we can be surprised later. But yeah, definitely Svenja Torres, Ruth Astle, yeah, and other girls will definitely be very strong and be in the front in the race. Yeah, and in the men's field, I think Sam Laidlow will be looking to, have this revenge after.
Yeah, I think everyone put the arrow on his back. No, yesterday and also in the press conference, everyone kind of tried to put the pressure on Sam Laidlow. Let's face it, they're all here to win. So
Yeah.
let's see. We have especially both in the men and in the women's field, we have exciting fields. I think with the women, I would totally agree. Anna Haug is probably by far on paper the favorite, but this race is a bit particular with the course being as challenging as it is. So we will see. I mean, let's see. Let's hope that we have 71 pro athletes, so let's hope that they will take this opportunity and this challenge to really go and do something and try and maybe bring an upset to the race that we haven't seen before. Because also something that we've seen in this race in the past is that it maybe has not folded out like you would put it on paper. So I think it's not so easy to say. I mean, even if Anna Haug on the women's side is quite clearly the favorite, I'm hoping that we will see a much more open race than we have seen in many women's races. And in the men's field, I just expect a big fiesta of just fantastic racing and of hopefully changes in the lead throughout the day, and just a bit of firework.
Ahí estamos viendo en pantalla como algunos de los ahora mismo nadadores ya están de regreso a la playa. Ya ven a la derecha de sus pantallas el último grupo en salir, alejándose de la playa de Anfi, y a la izquierda de sus pantallas ya los primeros clasificados llegando para seguir con su curso. I was just saying that we are already seeing the principal guys coming back to the beach already to start the second part of the race.
Yes, and we also see that there's a little bit of a lead group of what's hard to see.
Two guys.
Two guys.
I would say it's Sam Laidlow.
Sam Laidlow and Aaron Royal. I would
probably.
I would put in there. It could be also Florian Angert who is in there. And actually, they're just getting back into the marina, so into a bit of very calm waters. Even though today it's really on what we see it is very calm, but still, if you're out there, you feel the difference coming into the marina. and really coming into the protected area. And yeah, now they will get out of the water, run around a big colorful fish, and then get back in to do their second lap.
Yeah, I have to say that also, like, the water temperature, like closer to the shores, it's much warmer than, you know, like in the further buoys and on the open ocean. So I think that's also something like you feel like that's something changing. And we see the guys coming out. Do we know?
Vamos a ver si tenemos conexión en la playa para ver cómo llegan a seguir a la segunda fase. Ahí lo vemos ya saliendo del agua. Y de vuelta otra vez, ahí lo vemos.
There they go.
Estamos en la playa.
We have Jan Stratman. And now a really big field coming out all together. There's a lot of them. There we go. There's Yuri. There he goes. We have Leonard, Schwal. So that's quite a big second group. I wonder if they can stay together. Another third big group coming out now. And they're all going back in for their second lap of 1.9 kilometers. They have 4 boys, always keeping it on their left. The water temperature yesterday was 19 degrees, so all of them have chosen wetsuits. Let's see who else is coming out now. There's
Bet, gran duelo entre los dos primeros y una diferencia entre el tercero, ¿verdad? ¿Se ha visto?
Sí, había uno de los primeros era Aaron Royal, es australiano. El segundo no vi quién era, lo siento, pero tiene que ser muy buen nadador para salir con Aaron Royal, porque Aaron Royal es uno de los profesionales. Estaban un poco preocupados para él y para Florian Angert. No sé dónde salió Florian al final. Hay alguien saliendo con una sonrisa enorme. Está feliz por estar aquí. Y bueno, hay unos cuantos nadando juntos. There's a big group over there, all working together, well, following. So Aaron Royal, the first out.
Que serían los últimos, ¿no? De los profesionales.
It looks like we've got the last of our professionals coming out of the water now. More blue hats, these ones, the next ones look like reds. Might be one more blue one over there.
Recordamos que son 2 vueltas.
So they're nearly all of them on their second lap now. 950 meters each lap. Always keeping the boys on their right hand side. I think you can see it from the drone.
Comienza a salir el sol.
And we are just seeing the sun come up. It's absolutely beautiful here in Anfi. A stunning place to be. All of the athletes have said ever since look, we have the first woman coming out of the water. Let's see. That's a very good swim. Another pro male coming out. Excellent swim there. Second female coming out of the water now. And we have 2 swimming together. There we go. Annie is out of the water, followed by, I think that was Megan. Still some more pro male coming out. The atmosphere here is absolutely incredible. I think you can hear all these cowbells, so many people around enjoying the sunshine, using Anfi to come on holiday, to do their sport, to relax. And you can see how beautiful it is with the sun coming up right now. Here we have another group of women. Hard to tell who they are, but when they come over the mat, we'll know. It's a good swim there. There we have Ruth Assel. I think I saw Elisabetta there. All going in for their second lap. Lydia Dant is out of the water. And we have our men coming out of the water, the best of the age groupers already coming out. Another lap of 950 meters. And we'll see if Aaron has still managed to stay in the front.
Pues cuando han pasado aproximadamente 20 minutos desde que ha comenzado la prueba, ya hemos podido ver cómo han dado esta primera vuelta de natación, la parte de natación que son 1900 metros, ya han dado la primera vuelta, pues los primeros profesionales, los masculinos del grupo élite, también han llegado las féminas, han llegado las mujeres del grupo élite y ya empezamos a ver a los hombres de grupo de edad. Ya empiezan a llegar todos los participantes que están finalizando esta primera vuelta de la prueba. Estarán viendo unas imágenes espectaculares porque estamos retransmitiendo este challenge con 5 cámaras, entre las cuales encontramos un dron donde estamos recogiendo imágenes en aéreo.
Looking at the results, it was Milutz Zwinski who came first out the water. He was a late entry. We're really happy to have him here. He was here on the island, didn't know if he was going to be able to compete because the pro entry had closed, but we managed to get him a place and he was first out the water. What an amazing thing to do when you weren't even sure if you would be able to race. So he's been here training on the island. He's fancied running a little half distance as he was here. Magnus Manor was in second place with Aaron Royal and Jan Stratman. Good swim for Jan. Alessandro Fabian. So lots of good names all in that first top 10 of the swim. Let's see how it is when they come back out. Aaron Royal has been here all week. He's been enjoying the ice cream and cookies a lot. I think every time I saw him while I was here, he had a cookie or an ice cream in his hands. It's his first time on the island. He absolutely loves it here. He's been training in Spain, on the mainland, in Girona. Maybe he'll come and train here more often. I was speaking to Jan Stratman yesterday after a swim in the race, in the water. He said the water was amazing. He was looking forward to the swim today. He knows it's a really huge field.
Sale Sale el sol aquí en la playa de Anfi del Mar, suben las temperaturas y empiezan a mezclarse todos los deportistas de las diferentes modalidades. Es impresionante la expectación que hay en esta playa, hay mucha emoción, son muchos los familiares que vienen aquí a acompañar a estos atletas que, como comentaba antes, son muchas horas de entrenamiento, es mucho el sacrificio que tienen que hacer para poder preparar una prueba como esta, y hoy sin duda para ellos es un día importante, para el mundo del triatlón. Hoy están aquí todas las miradas porque tenemos deportistas de 25 nacionalidades. Hablamos de un evento deportivo muy importante a nivel mundial con los mejores atletas del triatlón que se concentran aquí en el sur de la isla de Gran Canaria. Hoy Gran Canaria es la isla europea del deporte, es la isla del triatlón. Vemos cómo se van mezclando, vemos cómo van llegando nuestros atletas de las diferentes modalidades, cada uno dándolo todo, dando lo mejor de ellos para poder conseguir su sueño. Sin duda es un reto para ellos estar hoy aquí y ya los vemos cómo van completando esta primera parte del challenge, de esta prueba, de este triatlón. Van completando la parte de la natación. Aquí están todos los familiares, amigos, compañeros de equipo animándolos, animando cada vez que van llegando a la playa y van haciendo este giro para comenzar la segunda vuelta.
Just checking the times. Milot Suingsi did his first lap in 8:48. So maybe he's fighting it through the age groupers to get back after his second lap. A lot of the athletes have been here for training camps before, enjoying the island, enjoying the ups and downs of the hills, practicing the course, swimming in the sea. They often ask, I see Aaron Royal has just left the water. Aaron Royal, he's ahead this time. Let's see who else we got. He must have been fighting through. We'll have a few more coming soon, I'm sure. I can see some more blue hats there. Let's see if we can see who they are. There's Patrick. Followed by Sam. All the pros coming out. Florian is out of the water. Luke Pollard, I believe. Justin Yuri. Unos cuantos ya se... El primero que vimos era...
Terminado. Los primeros profesionales masculinos ya han terminado esta primera parte de la natación. Los primeros profesionales masculinos salen de la playa, empiezan a quitarse el neopreno para realizar la primera transición. Lo estamos viendo en las cámaras. 5 cámaras están retransmitiendo este challenge, esta media distancia, y empezamos a ver a los primeros.
Ya estamos por aquí de vuelta, desde llevamos un rato escuchando ya a Patricia y a Beth, que estaban ahí a pie de playa, contándonos de primera mano lo que estaba pasando en la playa. Hannah Catalina, the first men have already finished the swimming part. They're already taken out their suits. Milos Sowiński, Aaron Royal, Magnus Manner, Jan Stratam, Alessandro Fabian. Some of them they're already out of the water. How have you seen the swimming?
Yeah, I think it's as we expect. All the favorites are in the front, and yeah, they are just coming to the transition. So
there we see them.
Let's
going
see
to the bikes,
how the bike packs will form. That's all. Yeah, it's very important moment of the race. Like they can swim together, but it doesn't really mean they will, catch on the bike together. So we will see how quick they are on the transition. Yeah, we can see them taking off their wetsuits and getting on their bikes, taking on their helmets.
Yeah,
we see pretty busy in the transition now.
We see the transition filling. Yeah. If we look over to our left now, it's really high tide there. And actually, what we missed a little bit in this camera switch is that it's actually 400 meters between the swim exit and the transition zone. So they've definitely had time to pull down the wetsuit a bit. And yeah, I think from the pictures we've seen of the swim, I think it was also fantastic to see all the age groupers and really get a feeling of how everyone is exiting the water and the different strategies you can have there. And just what makes this race also special, that we have so many age groupers and the professionals racing at the same time.
I think when you're talking about the strategies, I think also like this 400 meters run just before the transition, it's something to think. Like you can see the athletes in front of you wanting to catch more, to be able to bike with them, of course.
And here we see it
the rules.
Here we see this transition, or this run into transition.
It's very long, but.
We also see here
part of the race.
It's part of the race, and also exiting here on the promenade. On this promenade, there's no overtaking.
Yeah, they are not allowed to overtake, so they need to stay behind each other. And I think they can start overtaking from the roundabout on the top. So they will
on the main
go
road
around on the beach, going then left to the roundabout, and then they can start racing properly.
So here we see already this little corner here. It's a bit hard to see on this, and of course we have a pro athlete, so he has no trouble getting up there. But this is actually the first little bit challenging point, because actually what you don't see here, this is a bit of a ramp. So once you come from the promenade and you've had enough time, unfortunately, with the promenade to click in, to put your shoes on properly, to get everything set up after the swim, that you're feeling comfortable on the bike, and then you go straight into this ramp, and now we see
there we see
steep.
The drone was earlier struggling to keep to be behind him, and now
it's really really steep. If you don't have your feet in your shoes, then you might be in trouble. So I think he's fine.
He will be fine. But now we get to this roundabout, and then
joining the course.
Exactly. Now we get on the real course.
He's a close runner-up. I saw him on the low part of the screen. It's Aaron Royal who's first, who's we seeing.
Yeah, this would be the one that we expected in the front. The best swimmer on paper, also made it out of the water first. So that's what we expected. And now this part is still a bit of a climb. So actually, your legs are quite warmed up once you get to the first little downhill. This is the first little bit challenging part to get out. There will be a bridge, and under that bridge, there we see it a little bit on the right.
Getting on the first half of the race, 1 minute to get there. In the women's, also Caroline Paul has been the first one to finish the swimming part, and she should be already cycling. She finished in 22 seconds the swimming. And there we are still seeing.
And there we see this bridge, and that's actually where the bike course, where the laps under this bridge, the laps turn. So this is now they are really on the laps of the bike course, and this is also the first little downhill. So after the first uphill, the legs are warmed up. You've got the first lactic acid in the legs, and now you can roll a bit into the area of Balito and catch a little bit of a breath. Possibly catch a little bit the train of the guys in front of you. That's I think what we will see here. There's a little bit of a peloton forming, of course with the 12 meters of distance that the athletes have to keep between each other, and hopefully we can also get some cameras on ground to get a bit better image also of the athletes.
Such a great view we are seeing now here in Anfi. And we felt earlier the great atmosphere that was on the beach with all the families, friends, teammates. It was such a great atmosphere to see here.
Absolutely, yes. And this is
definitely so many people, as you can see, so many athletes, like from the pros to maybe some beginners. Maybe there are some athletes. They are doing their first middle distance race. So yeah, big well done to everyone.
And really a
really
race.
Nice to do.
Really a race where you can combine a family holiday with a fantastic race. It's really a day also for the family and I mean in this. If you're staying in the Anfi area or if you're staying in any other part of the island, of course a perfect holiday or perfect vacation spot, and then this race it just falls into a very nice area, very nice time also of the calendar, and now we will also see all of our spectators coming up that ramp also after the athletes have passed and then going to this turn point that we just talked about, and then just really cheering on their athletes as they pass in the laps, and that's really fantastic from an age grouper point, which is always, you always have your family around, and they see you in the swim, they will see you on the run, but a lot of times on the bike you're really a bit out in nowhere, and I've had it that my family was like, we felt bad because we were having a coffee and you're suffering out there, and here you can be part of the race, you can be there, so that's really fantastic.
We're gonna take advantage of that situation that they're talking about, because we're going to see some commercials to go on public, and we'll be right back. Para los españoles vamos a publicidad, hacemos una pequeña pausa en los 90 kilómetros que les quedan por delante en lo que van en bicicleta, y enseguida estamos de vuelta con más aquí en la Anfi Challenge.
Introducing the Wahoo Powerlink Zero, giving competitive cyclists everything they need to train with purpose. Power, tempo, efficiency, confidence, functionality. The power you need, the pedal you can trust. Introducing an even more powerful element bolt, set to push the limits once again. From staying on pace, to staying on course, to staying out front, to staying in contact. The new element bolt keeps you focused on what matters most: your performance.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour madame, ¿es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Hey gente, Mogán está abierto. Abierto a las sonrisas y al buen tiempo. Abierto a los que quieren disfrutar. Abierto a los que quieren descubrir. Abierto a las compras, a los regalos. Abierto a la buena comida, a la fiesta, a la diversión. Mogán está abierto ahora muy cerca. Mogán está abierto para ti. Elige Mogán.
Introducing the Wahoo Powerling Zero, giving competitive cyclists everything they need to train with purpose. Power, tempo, efficiency, confidence, functionality. The power you need, the pedal you can trust. Introducing an even more powerful element bolt, set to push the limits once again. From staying on pace, to staying on course, to staying out front, to staying in contact. The new element bolt keeps you focused on what matters most: your performance.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí,
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Hey gente, Mogán está abierto. Abierto a las sonrisas y al buen tiempo. Abierto a los que quieren disfrutar. Abierto a los que quieren descubrir. Abierto a las compras, a los regalos. Abierto a la buena comida, a la fiesta, a la diversión. Mogán está abierto ahora muy cerca. Mogán está abierto para ti. Elige Mogán.
Ya estamos de vuelta por aquí. Estamos cerquita de conseguir un plano de la cabeza de carrera de Aaron Royle, que está primero en el ciclismo de momento. Pero de momento vamos a seguir aquí en la playa, seguir aquí en el muelle de Anfi. We were saying we are about to have a view on the half of the race, but since we have it, we're here still at the beach, and we can talk about the results of the swimming. We were saying Aaron Royle in the men's category was the first one, followed by Magnus Mena, Alessandro Fabian, Patrick Land, Sam Laidlow, Jan Strayman, and Antonio Benito Lopez, the first Spanish, the first local here. Whoop. In the women, we have.
Yeah, if I can say
yeah,
about
of course.
the women, because we didn't see them in the live stream, and I would like to mention an amazing swim of Caroline Paul. She was 1 minute ahead the whole field. Yeah, so it was very strong swim from Caroline, and there was then 1 minute behind Margie Santimaria, the Italian lady. She's a very strong swimmer. We see her all the time in all races in the front, and she was 1 minute behind, and then another 30 seconds behind the main favorite Annie Haug, together with Megan McDonald, and another 30 seconds behind Ruth Essel and Svenja Thurs. So yeah, all of the favorites are together. I think like Annie Haug, Ruud, Svenja, they are a little bit behind. We don't see them in the front just from the beginning of the race, but I'm sure they will find their way to the top. And yeah, I think by maybe first, second lap on the bike, they might catch up with the front girls and take the lead, but we will see.
Yeah, I guess Caroline is the one who's being chased now with a minute ahead. I do assume that Margie Santamaria, Anna Haug and Megan McDonald will form a group. Let's see who can stick with Anna Haug in that group, or if she's at the end just going to push forward. And then, yeah, we have probably another little group forming with Ruth Astle, Svenja Toos, and also Elisabetta Corridori. So let's see. I think we will also see some smaller groups. Of course, with the women's field, the groups will be smaller. And let's hope we can see some pictures of that in a minute.
Yeah, definitely would be great to see some pictures of the girls as well.
yeah, of course, as our team has to go from the swim finish, now hopping on the motos and trying to catch the first guys who are also not exactly slow poking it. So this is taking a moment to catch up with the first men and with the first women. And I'm really curious to see if also with the men, if how big of groups we see forming, because we did see in the swim there was a small lead group, but I do think that some of the stronger riders will try and make an impact on this first lap.
Yeah, definitely. I also have to mention, when you talk about the groups, we also know that it's a non-drafting race and all the athletes need to follow the rules and keep their distance 12 meters between each other. So even groups, but of course with following the rules and be careful. Because
actually I found this interesting yesterday in the pro briefing. I think it was Ruth Astle who was specifically mentioning, hey, let's please be strict on the 12 meters, because what we haven't really talked about so much so far, but this bike course really is undulating. It is really the whole time up, down, up, down. You don't have, they're not long climbs, but they are really this punchy climbs that at the end the athletes will
changing the speed all the time.
At the end the athletes will really feel every push they made. And of course, especially with the groups, as you descend into the let's say the little ditch, you of course catch the persons in front of you, and then when you get into the next climb, you have this natural rolling into each other. And it was really nice to see that also the pros by themselves were saying, hey, let's please be top on the on top of things and really stick to the 12-meter rule. And and there we are.
We have a view on the top of the race. We have a view on Aaron Royal, still heading the race, going now downhill. And we got a view earlier of all the hills that this race has. It's the mountains here in Gran Canaria. They're quite.
There's something.
Yeah, there's something. There's something.
They are there. And actually, this was one of the, let's say, more tricky parts of the island. He's already on the way back, so he already is on the return part of the first lap. And getting, I think it was into Playa del Cura maybe, or into Puerto Rico, probably Playa del Cura. And there you come with a lot of speed, and then you have this roundabout. And
very tricky part.
That can be a bit tricky, and then there we really see who's spent most of the time on the rollers and who's done a bit of outside training, because this is, it doesn't feel so comfortable going into this roundabout and with a lot of speed, and you just kind of hope you make the exit. Sometimes, depending on how fast you are and how good your bike handling skills are. So he's.
It doesn't feel comfortable to take that roundabout even in a car. I imagine in a bike.
Especially when you are in your aero bars.
And this is the only flat part of the entire course. So let's enjoy the 100 meters of flat course here that we have. And now he will turn. At the end of there we already see the roundabout sign, the traffic sign. That will go then on the right up to direction Amadores, and that will be actually where the only aid station of this course is. Being a 4-lap course of, let's say, I think the laps are a bit over 20k, so normally this again is a little bit of climbing up into Amadores, not a steep climb, but there we do see the aid station coming up, or maybe not, but there should be an aid station at that point. and yeah, that's where our age groupers and of course also our pros will be able to catch some water, some energy drink, bars, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned that only the 100 meters of flat on that course, I think we're not going to see very super fast times over the 90 kilometers bike route today. Because yeah, even if you go downhill, you still need to use your brakes, you need to keep handling, and yeah, that's not really super fast. So
yeah, and it makes it challenging. I mean, it's really in a lot of races you have let's say the flat course where or at least flat sections of a course where you get into a certain rhythm, and you don't have that here at all. You're constantly, you're either pushing, and especially I assume in the pro peloton, you are pushing, trying to stay with someone or catch someone, and then you don't really get to enjoy the downhills because you're still, well, if you can push, you can try and have to catch someone.
We have Beth here with us, she will be talking with people there in the finish line. I don't know if we can hear her already.
Hi, here we are at the finish line. They're not here yet, just us. I'm here with Patricia. We're going to have a look at this amazing finish line that they've set up for us. The course is absolutely stunning. You saw the swim this morning in that beautiful sea, 1.9 kilometers, 2 loops, absolutely beautiful swimming in warm waters, an amazing place to be. We're here right now at the finish line. It's really lovely, look at this, and we are wondering who it will be that crosses the line first of all. The athletes all had different ideas. Most of them were putting the pressure on Patrick Langer. Patrick Langer wasn't so sure. He thinks all the pressure is on Sam after his amazing performance in Kona last year. They were all, Sam thinks, apart from Patrick, that maybe he might cross the line with Aaron Royal, and with the performance that we've just seen, he could be right. The women are all set that the first person passing this line will be Annie Haug. There's no doubt in all the women's minds that that's going to be it. Annie has every bit of confidence as well, but just wants to see how far she can push herself and how far she can go. I'm here with Patricia, who's going to talk a little bit about Anfi and about Gran Canaria. She's a Canarian herself from Tenerife, and she's going to talk about Gran Canaria. What's it like? ¿Cómo es Gran Canaria para vivir y para toda la vida aquí?
Pues Gran Canaria es un lugar ideal para... Sí. Bueno, ves, nada, Gran Canaria es un lugar ideal para vivir y sobre todo para los amantes del triatlón, porque nos encontramos en un enclave en el cual podemos disfrutar una temperatura agradable, ideal para practicar deporte al aire libre. Contamos con kilómetros de costa, con un mar en calma, con unas carreteras espectaculares para también poder hacer ciclismo, pero sin duda esta prueba, dentro de lo que es la parte de ciclismo, es una prueba muy dura porque tiene muchas subes y bajas. No es una prueba donde los ciclistas vayan a llanear, es una prueba exigente, es una prueba dura, pero sí es verdad que cuentan con unas carreteras espectaculares, está el tráfico cerrado para la circulación y después tenemos la parte de carrera a pie por la costa, disfrutando de unas vistas maravillosas, y todo esto es lo que convierte a la isla ideal para el mundo del triatlón. Tanto es así que cada año ha ido creciendo y se considera una de las mejores dentro de lo que es el circuito de Challenge.
Well, that's an amazing advert for Gran Canaria there. She was telling us, she's an athlete herself, how the hills are amazing for cycling. There are so many cyclists that come here. A little while ago, Movistar cycle team was also here training on the hills, because the rolling hills that we have here are something incredible. There are many athletes that said that that was going to be their favorite part of the race. Also, the part of the race that they're not looking forward to the most. Sam Laidlow, of course, last year had an accident on those beautiful hills, so he's hoping not to do that this time, that this time he'll actually make it to the run. But Gran Canaria is just the perfect place for all of them to train. Svenja Toes was here for a week or so before the race. She's been cycling around, training in the sea, in the amazing temperatures that we have here in Gran Canaria. The hills for her are amazing too, that's why she's here to train on those. Megan McDonald as well has also come to do a training camp before the race. So she's been cycling around the island with her boyfriend as an age grouper, also racing today. And what a brilliant swim she had. It looked like she came out just after Annie Haug, so it looks like she's going to have a great race. She was saying that she feels very new to all of this. She's had a whole sport in Korea already as a junior and in her younger years, and well, she's still young. She's now comes to the pro field for the first time. She started last year, and all of a sudden she's at the press conference, and she's having a brilliant time taking this step from what she was doing before into pro middle distance triathlon. I think she's going to be a superstar. All of the other British pros were talking about her, saying that she's definitely one to watch, and look what we saw today where she came out of the water. I think it's true. She's been here rolling on the hills for almost 2 weeks now, I believe, doing a training camp before coming to the race. All of the athletes have been saying that this is a really good time of year to have a race. It's not just a prep for Roth, which it can also be used as, it's also preparation for the whole season. Ruth Astle was telling us that this race is where you see how everybody is starting, going into the season. So we're going to see what they can do today and see who's already ready for their season and who is still getting there. Let's pass back to the studio and see what they've got to say over there.
Well, what we have got to say, we can definitely say that we see the end of the first lap. This is like I said, the spectators coming out, and now we see, yep, that will be the 180-degree turn, and then we will go on the second lap. So first lap is already done, and now it will be a little bit probably more tricky to get the motos on the course, because we have all the 450 age groupers also out on the course. So yeah, it will get a bit crowded, at least the first 2 laps, where we have the Olympic distance also, which the Olympic distance athletes are doing 2 laps. So yeah, we'll get a bit more trafficy, a bit more navigating the field. Also a little bit a chance, of course, for the ones that are in the lead to hide a bit away from the competitors, because you have to be a bit on top of things to really see where everyone else is. So maybe we will see a little bit, yeah, just the filling up of the road, and yeah, that was quite quick on the first lap.
I think on the ladies race, I just wanted to update, because we've seen the guys again only. So Caroline Paul still in the front, but Annie Haug catching up, so she's just 30 seconds behind. So as expected, she's getting closer, and another 20 seconds behind Anne, Megan and Margie Santamaria. And of course Ruth Astle is also coming closer. I think it's another half a minute behind. So yeah, as expected, the girls, like a little bit slower swimmers, are coming to catch Caroline probably, but yeah, she's definitely doing well. She's still keeping the lead, but we will see.
The girls were talking earlier about the atmosphere in Gran Canaria to do sports. Me as a local, of course, I value it a lot. How do you girls see the Canary Islands and Gran Canaria for running, swimming, cycling, and making every kind of sport?
Yeah, I think like I did so many training camps here. Also, you know, on the other islands, not just Gran Canaria. Of course, like Lanzarote is very popular, Fuerteventura and Tenerife, very hilly, and also I think like the Canaria has like bit of everything. Is like more complex. Yeah, you can have some of the flats, but also hills, and yeah, you can combine. Like compared to Tenerife, there is not much flats.
No,
so there is like no flat at all, and yeah, of course, like Lanzarote, it's like Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, you have the most flats, and I think for like the long distance races, it's a very popular island, and yeah, but the Gran Canaria is like more complex. It's more enjoyable. You don't have that much wind, and yeah.
That depends on the part of the island.
Yeah,
that
like
you are in.
Lanzarote is like crazy sometimes. It is. So you need to be Fuerteventura too. You need to be ready for the wind. When I was there first time, I was like really shocked, trying to ask like why they like that here. But yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to hear. I mean, I also, as someone who lives here in Canaria de Corazon, of course, I mean, I know the training grounds here, so yeah, I would say it's perfect. Of course, year-round, we have year-round training possibilities, especially in the wintertime. We see also a lot of pro cyclists coming here around New Year. We've had Team Ineos also here, and Peter Sagan and the likes. So it's, I think for triathletes, Lanzarote is still the more popular island, mainly also because...
I think for the long distance triathletes,
for the long distance, definitely, yeah. And, well, this island is growing, I think, and it's growing in appreciation from also from the triathletes, but like you said, it's very hilly, and we would say mountainous, because this is...
I mean, it's one mountain, you know?
And you have a lot of ways to climb up it, and when Beth was saying, yeah, rolling over the hills. You don't roll here over the hills. You actually have to push to get up to the top. So we also see this here with the pros, and also when you see the age groupers next to the pros, you see that, well, you kind of can appreciate the level that our pros have when you see the age groupers on, let's say, more mortal type of speed going up those hills. So it's definitely challenging to cycle here, and for a lot of long-distance triathletes, it's something that has to fit in your schedule. So it has to, I think, I'm not a coach, but from a coaching perspective, it depends on the type of race you are training for to fit this in. Because let's say for, I don't know, for races in Wales that are known to be hilly, or some other races, it can be perfect training. Other races that are more flat, you don't find flat here. We've talked about this. And if you have flat, you have a lot of wind. So it's always challenging. And yeah, better go out against the wind and come back with the wind, because otherwise it's going to be a long day. But I think you have everything you need here. We have seen it here. You have perfect open ocean conditions to do open water swimming. You have pools, indoor pools. A lot of the hotels have 25-meter pools where you can do your swim training. You can run. We will see it here on the run. You can run next to the ocean. I mean, what is more beautiful than that? And so the island has it all, but you have to be tough and you have to be fit to really appreciate it and to really enjoy doing sports here.
I think we have a group of men in the front. They kind of caught up all together. Is that correct?
Yeah. Already before we did see a bit of a peloton forming.
Yeah, it looks like they are just like few seconds in between each other.
Yeah. Now we have one big front group.
Yeah, let's see if they keep like that. I think this is some late low, if I'm not wrong. No, maybe.
Last time the website updated, it was Aaron Royal first, but follow really close, only two less than a second. It was Magnus Manner and Patrick Lane and Fabian cutting them in a second between all of them. So yeah, it's a pack now on the top. So second lap it's probably gonna decide. We have, I don't know much, not much more in this lap. I guess it was 20 minutes last time it was updated. So we're waiting for next update so we can tell you the exact results. In the women, as Hannah told us before, and Hogg is following Caroline Paul. They're really close. Also Megan McDonald is up there, and Margie Santamaria and Lina Volker, they're the first group, also followed by the British Ruth and some others. One of the things that talks the best about this race is all the nationalities we have here. We have a lot of Germans, a lot of British. Also in the men's category, the main guy is Australian. I think that talks really well about this island, because a lot of people come here to compete, and this race has gone global.
Yeah, definitely. I participated in the second edition in 2017, and then it was a much smaller race. Also from the pro perspective, of course, in 2021 this race was the first one, I think actually. That came back after the Corona pandemic, so we had Jan Frodeno here, we had a lot of the big names here, also Sam Blainflow, of course, we talked about, he crashed out in that year. And this has brought a lot of attention to the race, which we really owe to the professionals, and owe them gratitude for that, for choosing this island and this race. And it speaks, of course, of the race that they are coming back. And I think this island, or Canarias in general, are of course known for their very nice temperatures, for the good time that you can have here, for the good touristic infrastructure, also for the good roads that we have in general. Menos some, but let's hope for improvements. But of course, this is actually, this is what makes the island a favorite tourist destination, and a nice destination also for triathletes, for age groupers from all different nationalities. It's easy to get here. From a lot of countries, it's a direct flight. You come here, you pack your bike, or if you're racing, you probably pack your bike, and then you can join this race.
So, from somebody that has not come even close to race this kind of race, how do you get ready? How do you prepare for Anfi Challenge or for any triathlon?
Yeah, like you definitely firstly need to have a good base endurance. So it means like a lot of kilometers. It also depends, like if you are a pro athlete or an age group athlete, like which, what is your starting point. Then you definitely need a good base endurance, and then closer to the races you will start with more speed work, with more intervals, and then of course some race specific training in all disciplines. And I think it's different from, of course, age group athletes, and for the pro athletes. The pro athletes might have more specific training also. Some of them are stronger in the swim, some of them might be stronger in the run, so of course they need to work on their weaknesses. So I think I saw Annie Haug last year in Lanzarote on her swim training, and she definitely puts a lot of effort on her swimming, even though she was like top 5 today out of the water. Like for races like World Championships, she still is not the strongest swimmer, so she knows she needs to work really hard on her swimming. So she swim trainings like 5-6 kilometers a day with a lot of technique, a lot of also like a power work, and a lot of very variety of the training she needs to do. And then of course I can imagine other athletes who might be weaker on the running will need to do much more on the run than the others. And I think on the pros it's very, very specific on their needs. Also, like on their main race, they are getting ready for the strategy, and also to be compatible compared to the field, to see how the whole race is developing and be ready for that.
I think we see it in general getting more and more competitive, more and more professional in the last years. I mean, on the professional level, even getting more professional.
Yeah, definitely. And also more athletes are taking part, and it's just more, the field is more stuck every year, and year is getting, higher and stronger. And it's like, I think from my point of view, like the women's field is getting stronger like every year. You can see the difference. You can see more women taking part, and they are closer together every year. It's not like you have just one person in front and then 5 minutes behind, no one there. It's getting like really, they are all getting better, and they are very strong, which is really nice to see. And even women getting involved in such a really hard race. It's not just about the men.
No, it's not just about the men, definitely not. And it's really nice from a female perspective to really see, both on the professional level and on the
also age groupers,
level, to really
also
see
many women on age groupers, which is definitely great.
And also just like with the men, we also see the age groupers getting more and more professional at the top level. So on the age group level, I think you still have the broad range of some people who are training probably similar amounts, similar intensities as the professionals, the top end of the age group, maybe trying to gap that bridge to the professional level. And you still, and this is of course, I mean, the triathletes that we love, let's say the ones that are the locals here that come and that are maybe doing their first Olympic distance, their first middle distance, and really just, with a normal, well, you see this less and less, but in the past, with a normal, maybe a bit better than a city bike, but with a normal standard bike, you can do a triathlon, and that's the beauty of the sport. And so you have this very broad range, and also in the pro women's field, we see that it's really getting more and more dense. What do you think is really the PTO and the, let's say, the more money in the sport? Is that really what is driving this professionalization, or what would you put for it?
I mean, I believe that all the pro athletes does it for the love for the sport. I think you can't do it just for money, definitely not. But it can be, the motivation. Also, like you need to make money somehow, and it's also difficult. Like if you are working and you are competing on the pro level, that's very difficult, and then it can be a limitation in your ability to achieve some good results. So of course, if you have a more support from an organization like a PTO, it makes your life much easier. You can focus on full time on the training, and that's definitely something which is making the whole pro field stronger, because they have the time, they have the opportunities to fully focus on the sport and to fully focus on their performance. And I think it definitely helps, but of course the athletes love the sport, which is the most important thing.
Otherwise you're not going to put the hours in.
It's even like some people feel maybe like it's sport is just fun, but if you do it on the professional level, it definitely is not just fun, because you need to train in all weather. Even if you are tired, it's not like you say, oh, it's nice and sunny, I go training, it's raining for a week, I'm not doing anything. You can't
you have to move
take
here.
it like that.
You have to move to Gran Canaria.
I can imagine if you're living in Gran Canaria, you have no excuses. And then it's very, very hard.
We sometimes get up and we say, oh, it's sunny again. Boring.
People here, somebody prefers to be rainy, things that I don't understand, but there are some crazy people. You were girls talking before about the women section, the women that has gone really bigger. There has been a growth there. What do you think it takes to get the women's section even higher?
I think it's just a matter of time when, more women will find a sport, more women will decide that's what they want to do in their life. Because of course we have like a lot of age groupers who are turning into pros, and that's how most of the athletes are starting. We can see Ruth Astle having amazing results, amazing achievements as an age group athlete, and then she was at the point when she said, oh, actually I could be really good even at the pro category, so she switched, and now for her it's also life-changing because she's able to achieve even much more as a pro athlete. So I think it's a matter of the athletes having the motivation to step into the sport, maybe leave their full-time job and starting to train full-time, race full-time. And yeah, of course it's a big risk in the beginning, because when you're starting as a pro athlete, you don't have any funds from PTO, you don't usually have any sponsors, so you need to have at least some savings to start, which is really hard to improve and make savings in the same time. But if you feel the potential in yourself and you believe that you actually can see yourself on the top there in the pro field, then you maybe will take a risk and put the effort to make it to the pro, and then few years later you can be really happy you made the decision as a Ruth, I believe.
Yeah, I think she will be. But I think it's also a matter of having role models. I think we see this in triathlon, where we now, triathlon has always had both men and women represented and in good ways, but especially if we're looking a bit outside of our own box, but in pro cycling, we now see really the pro women really getting a lot of attention. The Tour de France women.
I think it's very similar, like in a triathlon.
And it's really having these role models. I mean, when I was younger, I was looking Tour de France. It was always, men.
Lance Armstrong always there.
And now I can have a female role model, and how cool is that? I mean, this is really, and thank you for showing us some pictures of the bike course again. But
with the man again.
but it's. I mean, of course we have, the men being physically stronger, that's normal biology, but it's really, I think, for the women also to have female role models and female role models that you really look up to. I mean, it's, if you look at Anne Haug, at Ruth Astle, at some of the other athletes who are Kat Matthews or Chelsea Sodaro, actually, as what, of course, if we're talking biology, I mean, the women are still going to be the ones that are getting the babies. So this is, I mean, for female athletes,
definitely.
Pro athletes, it's at some point you're going to have to make a decision. Okay, do I want to be a mother or not? And how can this also be while I'm still a pro athlete? And this is something that I think is getting a bit more an open topic. And
which is definitely good. It's not just, the men's side, like, if you want to be triathlete, you need to turn into man, let's say, which I believe it's not the right way of thinking. And definitely, it's really, really important, even if a female is a pro athlete, to still be a female, still think of the family and have the role of the female in her life, not just being,
I mean,
looking like a man. But it's really difficult, because it's like this sport, it's not like artistic gymnastics. It's really like really hard and very, demanding sport, and it's really difficult to to do it as a female.
In some points we still have these discussions. When I was Daniela Bleimel was one example of a mother a recent mother. I think she has a kid of 1 year old.
She has 2 kids.
Yeah. 2 kids, but the younger one is 1 year old.
Okay.
And one of the discussions online was someone asking, but how can you justify yourself for being 5 or 6 hours away from the kid? And with a man, you wouldn't ask that question. And this is something where we also openly have to say, of course, it's this is part of sports, and I mean, this every family has to decide for themselves. And if you have a partner, or if you're in a partnership where this where you can work this out and where this can be fine. This can be fine either way, you know, and I'm not saying that the men are, you know, the men are still the father and they also still want to spend a lot of time with the kid and everything, but at the end the woman is going to be the one who's going to have the baby and who's going to be the 9 months pregnant and recovering from the pregnancy afterwards, so that's going to stay, but of course everything else has to be evolving in a partnership, and I think it's to have these role models, which was what we were talking about earlier, to have these role models who show that this is possible, that you know, that you can achieve everything you want in life, including being a pro athlete. That's fantastic, and this is something that
definitely.
we see, and this will in the next, I think, 5 to 10 years really get much more women interested and more open to the idea of, hey, maybe I can become a pro also, why not?
And I also think like it's more not so about just the decision of the women's side. I think it's also for the whole society and also for the men to see that actually this is okay, like they can support the women and they can you know, see that as something which is which is great for the sport and also great for everyone to see that you know, if the family want, they can make it work. Even.
But let's get a bit back into racing.
Yeah.
Well, now we do see them.
Number 8. Who's that?
Getting back.
Jan Stratman. Yeah, I think he's now the leader.
Yeah. And this is actually what we were talking about earlier on the swimming, that this bike course is really one that is a bit more selective in that way, or that favors a bit the upsets or the, let's say, the ones that are not the favorites coming to the front, because it is so punchy, it is so up and down that it really favors some athletes that are really strong on these short climbs, on these punchy climbs that really can put out a lot of power for a short amount of time, and then that they can achieve, or that they can perform better in comparison in this race than in some other races.
To put out some names, in the last update in the website, in about 15 seconds of difference, there was Mathis Marrière, the Frenchman, Jan Stratman, Sam Laidlaw, Aaron Royal, Charlie Quinn, and Luke Pollard. They were all in between 1 hour 30 minutes 50 seconds and 1 hour 40 minutes and 5 seconds, so 15 seconds in all that, guys. It was more or less the time we were talking about the pack. So we have this head of race, very interesting, with a lot of guys. We're gonna make another little pause, we're gonna go to commercials and we'll be back with the race. Para los españoles vamos a hacer otra pequeña pausa publicitaria y enseguida estamos de vuelta con lo que queda de carrera y con más, de momento, ciclismo.
Introducing the Wahoo Powerlink Zero, giving competitive cyclists everything they need to train with purpose. Power, tempo, efficiency, confidence, functionality. The power you need, the pedal you can trust. Introducing an even more powerful element bolt, set to push the limits once again. From staying on pace, to staying on course, to staying out front, to staying in contact. The new element bolt keeps you focused on what matters most: your performance.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro. O cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Hey gente, Mogán está abierto. Abierto a las sonrisas y al buen tiempo. Abierto a los que quieren disfrutar. Abierto a los que quieren descubrir. Abierto a las compras, a los regalos. Abierto a la buena comida, a la fiesta, a la diversión. Mogán está abierto ahora muy cerca. Mogán está abierto para ti. Elige Mogán.
Seguimos con esta retransmisión en directo. 5 cámaras están ahora mismo recogiendo todos los detalles de la parte de ciclismo. Estamos viendo a los mejores atletas del mundo del triatlón aquí en Mogán, en el sur de Gran Canaria, donde hoy estamos viviendo un gran espectáculo deportivo, donde hoy tenemos una competición de primer nivel con más de 70 deportistas de élite que están ahora mismo haciendo una prueba bastante dura, ya que la parte de la bici aquí en este Challenge de Mogán es bastante exigente y está bastante reñida. Hay un gran duelo entre los primeros atletas, ¿verdad, Beth?
Sí, estamos aquí mirando. Mira, tenemos unos cuantos muy buenos que están en la primera de la carrera. Matis Gania es uno que Sam Laidlaw, él dijo que puede ser que él puede hacer un podium, así que me parece muy interesante que está ya la primera que me parece en la bici. Después tenemos Jan Stratmann, el alemán, que ayer hablé con él un poquito y él tiene muchas ganas de hacer un podium y enseñar su poder aquí. Well, we're just here, I'm back with Patricia here in the studio this time, and we've just been looking at the course. It's such a beautiful course, looking at who we've got in the lead. Mathis Manier is actually who Sam Laidlaw picked to get on the podium. So it looks like Sam Laidlaw knew his stuff. He thinks it might be between him, Aaron and Mattis Manier on the podium, and with the results that we can see coming in, it definitely looks like that. We can see that the motorbikes are out on the course at the moment. There's very beautiful course, as you can see, going past there. Looking at the bike, they're going, oh, look at that uphill. It's a rolling course. Definitely one for those that like the hills or like the rolling courses. It's not a flat course. I asked Sam Laidlaw the other day whether he thought that his impressive bike course in Kona would help him for this race. It's not exactly the same kind of race, although, or so I thought. He told me that actually it's almost like a little short version. So he'll be enjoying this course as he knows that he's got the legs in him from last year.
Recordamos que son 4 vueltas las que van a dar a este circuito para completar los 90 kilómetros, una temperatura maravillosa. Para muchos de estos atletas en su tierra, en sus países, es invierno, habrá una gran diferencia de temperatura, no sé cómo se aclimatarán ellos a este verano que hace aquí en Mogán. Y si bien es cierto, también hay alguna sorpresa entre los atletas que no son profesionales y también están ahí debatiéndose con muy buenos puestos, ¿verdad?
Bueno, es que sí, hay muchos grupos de edad que son muy buenos, hay muchos que están entrenando casi que como si fueran pros. Tenemos unos pros que aún están trabajando en realidad. Hay unos cuantos, por ejemplo, Ruth Astel, ella está trabajando en su trabajo como cooperativa 2 días a la semana y tiene que hacer todo eso y encima tiene que entrenar. Pero lo que me dijo era interesante, que por lo menos cuando está trabajando se obliga a estar sentada y tiene que descansar. Así que es una cosa buena en realidad que pueden hacer.
Porque recordemos que hablamos de un deporte muy duro donde se requieren de muchas horas de entrenamiento, donde estas personas que además trabajan tienen que hacer hasta dobles sesiones al día. Me imagino que muchos tendrán que entrenar antes de trabajar, madrugar muchísimo para ir al trabajo, para después seguir entrenando.
Puede ser una locura. Yo conozco gente que pueden despertar a las 4 o 5 por la mañana, en Londres era así, para entrenar antes de ir a trabajar y, como dices, después tienen que trabajar de nuevo. Es un deporte que es muy exigente, como sabes tú. Yo llevo 3 años sin hacer una, pero voy a volver. Y claro, hay muchos profesionales que también tienen que trabajar, que no es tan fácil como la gente puede pensar.
Tenemos a la compañera, no se ha dado cuenta que estaba en la cámara y no pasa nada, no te preocupes. Pero sin duda es el gran amor por el deporte lo que hace que te puedas despertar a las 4 de la mañana, hacer un gran entrenamiento, unirlo con una jornada laboral, volver a entrenar, pero claro, todo es un objetivo, todo es un reto. Ellos están hoy aquí para cumplir un sueño también. Es esa mezcla, ¿no?, de reto personal con un sueño, lo que te motiva a cada día a darlo todo y lo mejor.
Y no es solo eso, es una modo de vida en realidad, porque claro, puedes venir aquí en Anfi, mira qué bonito es, vienes aquí con toda la familia que están ahí apoyándote y tú puedes estar ahí haciendo tu deporte con tus amigos, hay muy buen rollo con toda la gente alegre, toda la gente sano y feliz. Y claro, no es solo un deporte, para mucha gente es una manera de vivir.
Y muy importante lo que acabas de decir, la familia, tener ese apoyo de la familia y esa comprensión también, porque claro, a lo mejor el que no lo vive desde dentro no lo puede entender, pero sí es importante que por lo menos lo apoyen.
Sí, bueno, tienes que tener una pareja o una familia que entienden lo que estás haciendo, porque tampoco es fácil para gente que están en la bici todo el día, el sábado o un domingo, y tienes una familia. Eso a veces puede costar, pero bueno. A ver, estamos mirando la carrera, a ver quién tenemos en principio. Hemos visto que hay me parece...
Yo quería destacar también la participación de Antonio Benito, que dentro de lo que serían los atletas españoles, pues es el que representa, ¿no?, la parte profesional del deporte de España. Lo tenemos a él, lo tenemos entre los 10 primeros. Y sí es cierto que bueno, que este año no podemos hablar de una representación profesional de las mujeres. A ver qué pasa con España, que queremos que haya representación femenina.
Sí, pues el año iba a venir Pablo da Pina Gómez, desafortunadamente está lesionado. Entonces él hace tiempo estaba apuntado, pero con un problema con su dedo no estaba en forma para hacer la carrera. Pero sé que tenía muchas ganas de venir, porque le hablé hace poco. Es una pena que no puede estar aquí representando España. Pero tenemos Antonio, que está haciendo un muy buen trabajo.
Muy buen trabajo. Estaba entre los 5 primeros, bajó ahora, si no me equivoco, la última vez que lo vi iba en 8ª posición. Y sin duda estamos viendo un carrerón, y la alta participación en esta 7ª edición es también algo a destacar. Hablamos de en torno a 500 atletas, de los cuales más de 70 son profesionales y los mejores del mundo. Sin duda, ahora mismo todos los amantes de este deporte están hoy aquí pendientes de este challenge de Mogán. Y es un orgullo para nosotros que se pueda realizar aquí y ver la aceptación que tiene y lo bien y cómo lo disfrutan, ¿verdad? Todos los deportistas, el gran ambiente que se vive aquí, incluso los días previos. Tú llevas ya varios días aquí, lo has vivido, y me imagino que te lo habrán dicho, ¿no? Que ellos se sentirán aquí muy bien acogidos, porque es verdad que el carácter de los canarios es así, de acogerlos bien y tratarlos estupendamente para que repitan y se vayan de aquí encantados con la experiencia.
Sí, muchas veces quieren repetir también. Tenemos, por ejemplo, Patrick Langa, que está aquí para su 3ª vez. Su primera vez aquí creo que tenía puesto 4 y después puesto 3. Y en ese año, para los dos veces, él fue a una carrera muy larga después y ganó. Entonces, era como más o menos como una preparación, podemos decir. Y estaba hablando con él el otro día y decimos que tiene que ser un patrón, ¿no? Él viene aquí, tiene un buen puesto, por lo menos en los primeros días, y después en el verano hacen una carrera de larga distancia y gane. A ver si puede seguir haciendo ese mismo patrón.
Claro, porque ellos aquí arrancan la temporada deportiva. Ellos vienen de pasar el invierno y aquí entran en calor, cogen fuerza, cargan energía y empiezan su temporada. Y empiezan, claro, por todo lo alto, porque salen de aquí con un buen puesto y a eso te da una motivación para en las siguientes pruebas ir reforzado.
Eso es, hay que venir aquí después de estar en la lluvia, en el frío, y aquí en la isla tenemos el calor, tenemos la alegre de estar en la isla también. Entonces es muy buen sitio para entrenar, para estar con la familia y después para hacer una competición. Claro, después vas a querer descansar un poquito también. Sé que muchos de los atletas están pensando, voy a estar aquí mirando toda la gente bebiendo y comiendo y disfrutando, y van a tener un poco de envidia, ¿no? Pero después algunos van a quedar unos días más para disfrutar todo lo que tenemos aquí.
Claro, recordemos que esta prueba ha ido creciendo cada año, ya es su 7ª edición y llegando a ser reconocida como mejor destino competitivo de la red Challenge Family en el mundo. algo muy importante.
Muy importante. Challenge Family es lo que dices. Challenge Family es una familia y todos los profesionales me dicen igual. Les pregunté por qué vienen aquí, por qué vienen a Challenge Gran Canaria, y todos dicen, bueno, no es solo por la clima, claro, eso es una gran parte también, pero una parte enorme es que Challenge Family siempre están ayudando, siempre están ahí, tratan las atletas muy bien, tienen una hashtag, we are all about the athletes. Y está muy buen hecho porque es verdad, está todo sobre las atletas. Entonces, ahora mismo no sé si podemos ver lo que está pasando en la carrera, pero a ver
ahora
los resultados.
Estábamos siguiendo ahora mismo la parte de la bicicleta, del ciclismo, con 2 cámaras inalámbricas que van en moto, siguiendo a los deportistas. Y como ya les he comentado, son 5 cámaras las que están retransmitiendo en directo este gran evento deportivo, este Challenge Mogán. Tenemos un dron recogiendo unas imágenes totalmente impactantes, con unas vistas impresionantes, las que tenemos aquí en el sur de la isla de Gran Canaria. Tenemos por un lado el dron, tenemos además esas 2 cámaras inalámbricas que van con las motos siguiendo a los deportistas en la parte de la bicicleta. Tenemos la cámara que nos está grabando a nosotras ahora mismo en este set, y por supuesto tenemos una cámara fija preparada en el arco de meta. El año pasado el primer deportista, el primer atleta, el que ganó esta prueba, pasó cuando marcaba el reloj 3 horas 43 minutos 37 segundos. ¿Se bajará este tiempo? ¿Qué crees, Beth?
Oh, nunca se sabe, ¿eh? Hay mucha gente ahí y hay lo que siempre dicen los profesionales que quizás tienen un poco más de experiencia, siempre dicen que puede ser que viene un joven y que gane, y puede ser alguien que quizás no esperaron. Y siempre nunca se sabe lo que va a pasar. Por ejemplo, el año pasado vino era bastante nuevo en el circuito y ganó. Entonces, y nadie sabía que él puede tener tanto poder, ¿no? Pero ganó y era fenomenal. Y era un buen tiempo también. Así que nunca se sabe lo que va a pasar.
Claro, siempre están estas jóvenes promesas que sorprenden y nos dan una sorpresa, ¿verdad? Y te cambian de repente cuando tenías unos favoritos y pensabas que el podium podía estar más o menos cerrado, y te llegan y rompen con esa previsión. Pues esperamos que aproximadamente en torno a las 12 de la mañana empiecen a llegar a la meta pues los primeros participantes, los primeros profesionales que están hoy compitiendo en esta media distancia. Como han estado viendo, están realizando las 4 vueltas del circuito de bicicleta, para el cual pues evidentemente se ha cortado el tráfico para que puedan competir por esas carreteras espectaculares y puedan hacerlo con toda la tranquilidad y seguridad que se necesita. Como pueden ver, estamos disfrutando de un clima maravilloso. Hoy hace un día espectacular aquí en Anfi del Mar, están rondando los 25 grados y es una temperatura óptima para los deportistas para que puedan realizar esta prueba en unas condiciones bastante agradables. Contamos con una costa que recorre unos 23 kilómetros, el mar está en calma y todo esto pues hace que la élite...
Acabamos de ver un poco más de los resultados aquí.
Sí, hay novedades, vamos a ver.
So, as we were just seeing, we can't see at the moment on the bike, but Jan Stratman seems to be the first pro that has come into the next timing chip. followed by Mattis Marinier and Sam Laidlow. So Sam and Mattis are compatriots, so I wonder if they've been training together. I wonder if they have some kind of system where they're going to work together. I know that he was definitely, Mattis Marinier was his favourite of Sam Laidlow when we had a chat the other day. He was one of the ones he mentioned along with Aaron Royal. While we can't see the bike, let's talk a little bit about who we have here. So we have Patrick Lager here. It's his third time here. I was just saying to Patricia earlier that every time he seems to come here, he wins a really big race afterwards. So he came here a while ago, he got 4th position, and then he went on to win one of the long distance races. A couple of years later, he got 3rd position here in Gran Canaria, and again went to win Challenge Roth. So I was asking him the other day whether he thinks that this is a pattern that's forming, and it seems that hopefully it is. He thinks he needs to come here, and maybe there's a pattern that means that he'll go on to win Roth again this year. Who knows? But at least he seems to think that it's going to help. I asked him whether he sees this as a lead-up race. He definitely enjoys coming here just on its own accord. He's been trying to come back for a while, and this time he's made it here, and he's looking forward to this race. He absolutely loves it here in Gran Canaria, which is also what Annie Haug told me as well. Twice she's tried to come to Gran Canaria. Both times she had a problem beforehand. She was injured one time, another time she was feeling not so well, so both times she had to pull out. We said 3rd time lucky. She's here this time, and she's ready to show us what she can do on this course. She's been doing a lot of challenge races. She says she absolutely loves challenge races. She'll always I asked her what she wanted to do now that she's a world champion several times. Where can you go with that? What can you do after becoming a world champion already? And she really wants to just see how far she can go, how far she can push herself, what she can really do. She's a real machine, and we all know that she can do a lot, and she's the one that all of the women are watching out for. We have Sam Laidlow. This is his first race after Kona. He came 2nd at Kona with the fastest bike. A brilliant race there. He thinks that he doesn't have a target on his back like most other people seem to think. He thinks that the one to watch is Patrick Lager. But he also pointed out that people seem to forget that he hasn't actually yet won a long distance race. He's doing so well in the PTO rankings. He's got an amazing career going on. He's still young. He's got so much to do yet. And yet we're still waiting for that win. I wonder if that win will be here. Ruth Astle is here. 4 first places over 2021 and 2022. She was here as an age group racer in 2017. So it's a very different experience. I asked her what it was like coming back here after racing as an age grouper, and she absolutely loves it here. She loves Anfi, and the main difference, she says, was the beautiful hotel room that she got this time. Absolutely, she's very happy to be here at Anfi. Press conferences, obviously, it's quite different, but the feeling that she has as an athlete is quite similar. Even as an age grouper, she was very she still wanted to win. She still felt very nervous. She had the same nerves. So the actual race doesn't feel so different to her, but obviously all of the everything that comes with it, the press conferences are. I was talking to Andy Dreitz. He was a Roth winner, of course, and he's back after a terrible accident in 2022. We are very happy to have him. He won our Challenge Fuerteventura race in 2014. So it's very nice to have him still back in the team. Svenja Toes, lovely girl. She won Kotsmel, the long distance in Kotsmel. 5 wins in 2022. She's been here on a training camp and thinks that Gran Canaria is just the perfect place to train. She's been here for I think 2 weeks, so this worked out as a really good race time-wise for her. We've got a lot of other athletes that we will talk about in a bit. I'm going to ask Patricia.
Estábamos hablando, perdona, Beth, ayer hablábamos de las bicicletas que las estábamos viendo cuando las dejaban los deportistas, que cada vez también las bicicletas van cogiendo mayor poder económico, porque vemos que se hace una buena inversión, ¿verdad?, en todo lo que es preparar una prueba como esta, que también hay un gasto económico importante para los atletas, y hablábamos de que las bicicletas cada vez son más buenas, vemos unas calidades importantes, y de ahí la seguridad que había ayer, que no dejaban pasar absolutamente ni para sacar una fotografía a las...
Algunos de los bicis cuestan como 10,000, estoy seguro,
sí,
puede ser.
Veíamos ayer espectaculares máquinas que nos llamaban la atención, ¿verdad?
Pero hay muchos profesionales que empiezan con un bici muy normal. Una de las chicas, Diderex, ella vino aquí y en su primera carrera tenía que usar la bici de su entrenador. Entonces vino aquí con una bici muy normal y hizo bastante buena carrera también, porque para estar con un bici que no es tuyo. Entonces
tenía buenas piernas.
Sí, puedes tener a alguien que viene con un bici muy normal y que gane, puede ser, y otros que tienen todo el equipo y no tienen las piernas. Entonces todo eso depende.
Porque son muchas cosas las que tienen que tener, desde el reloj, desde las zapatillas, todo cuenta, y ellos van, y con la bicicleta más aún, mirando que sean lo más ligeras posibles, ahorrar en gramos, y claro, ahí veíamos ayer pues obras de arte en bicicletas y muy bien protegidas. El equipo de seguridad las estaban protegiendo, pueden estar tranquilos todos los atletas, sí. ¿Verdad? Que damos fe que ayer no dejaban pasar absolutamente a nadie. Y sí que decíamos que veíamos cada vez mejores bicicletas.
Sí, a ver dónde va, porque después tienes los que... los eléctricos no se pueden usar, claramente, pero tienes los cambios eléctricos, así que pueden estar en una posición muy dinámica con el aire.
Claro, los vemos a todos acopladitos.
Eso es. Y además la ropa que están que puesten ahora mismo están cambiando un poquito los trajes que pueden. Antes tenían cortos por aquí, y ahora son un poco más largos, y eso afecta como nada. Ayer estaba Jan Stratman preguntando mucho, porque es algo que tiene que llevar el tritraje abajo del neopreno, pero quiere llevarlo abajo. Entonces es difícil, porque es más complicado nadar en un tritraje así, pero para la bici es fenomenal. Pero cada vez está cambiando y mejorando el equipo que puedes tener para hacer un triatlón.
Porque claro, hay que cumplir un reglamento, y ese reglamento es para todos, y para que haya esa igualdad a la hora de competir. También hemos visto cómo han evolucionado los cascos. Es impresionante, ¿verdad? En estos últimos años también, cómo todo también se hace más aerodinámico, ¿no? ¿Verdad?
Sí, y parece que no son de ese mundo, ¿no? A veces parece, y con las gafas que van a la luna.
Sí, algo como muy futurista, pero todo para buscar el alcanzar la mayor velocidad, ser más rápidos, ¿verdad?, en bicicleta. Y vemos también cómo van evolucionando también, incluso, pues como comentas, ¿no?, desde las gafas, los cascos.
Estoy mirando dónde ahí los está vemos. Nuestro Antonio, aún está.
Sí, va como noveno. Noveno me pareció verlo. La última vez que lo miré, y
Jan
también.
Stratman,
y
primero, Mathis Marinier, el favorito de Sam Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw está ahí. Aaron Royal está cerca también. Y Charlie Quinn viene desde Australia. muy lejos para él, pero está encantado con Galicia, con Gran Canaria.
Gran Canaria.
Vivo en Galicia. Me gustaría vivir aquí.
Se ha notado que vives en Galicia. Con las mujeres no está habiendo mucha sorpresa, ¿no? Más o menos vemos en cabeza lo esperado.
Annie, claro, Annie, claro, está ahí, pero ahora mismo no tengo los resultados ahí, pero seguro que ella está...
Sí, yo creo que va en cabeza de lo que es el grupo de profesionales de mujeres. Y después va Caroline.
Carolina Poole.
Sí, va en segundo lugar. Y en tercer lugar Megan McDonald.
Megan es es nuevo para venir a ese deporte como un pro. Esa distancia es nuevo para ella. Es un entrenador británica y hace muchas redes sociales, lo hace muy bien y está más o menos muy moviendo en ese círculo, aunque solo he hecho pocas carreras. Lydia Dant y Ruth Asso, los dos mencionó a Megan McDonald como una favorito porque puede ser que es joven, es nuevo, tiene algo para enseñar y ella tiene muchas ganas para poner una marca en una carrera como este.
Qué bueno.
Sí, estaba practicando muchos días, ya llegó bastante cerca, pronto aquí, y estaba haciendo el circuito para practicarlo. Y me habían dicho que era muy buena nadadora y salió, creo que atrás de Anne en la natación. Ahora Caroline Poole está ahí también. Maggie Santa Maria de Italy. Didi Diderix. Es ella que vino aquí con la bici de su entrenador anteriormente. Entonces, esta vez va a hacerlo con su propio bici, que es mucho mejor.
Claro, seguro que lo va a notar, seguro que va a notar la diferencia.
Le pregunté que iba a traer la última carrera, ¿no? Que ha aprendido y que tenía para aprender, y la cosa era que hay que llevar mi propia bici.
Sí, importante.
Y está aquí con su propia bici. Ella viene desde el mundo de cross, entonces está bastante acostumbrada de los arribas y los bajados.
Con lo cual que este circuito se le adapta a sus condiciones entonces y a lo que ella está acostumbrada a realizar. Vimos también una transición rápida, esta primera transición de la natación a la bici.
Es una parte que es un parte de la carrera en realidad, porque transición, claro, estás cambiando, pero si no lo haces rápido tienes problemas. Puede ser que alguien te gana en el triatlón. Hay que practicarlo
también hay que practicar.
No es solo nadar, no es solo bici, no es solo correr. Hay que practicar transición, hay que practicar, es muy importante lo que comes.
La alimentación, los veíamos cuando salían con las bicicletas, los veíamos ya con los geles.
Sí, y otra cosa que me dijo Didi, que tenía que aprender de la última carrera, que hay que cuidarle mejor y comer un poco mejor. Entonces, casi todos que han estado aquí dicen lo mismo, que hay que practicar.
Eso también se entrena, desde la hidratación, la suplementación, la alimentación, todo. Es un porcentaje bastante importante para después los resultados que sean los esperados, y el descanso es fundamental.
Es la otra parte.
Sí, todo.
Hay que ir al gimnasio. A mí me gusta hacer yoga también, pero
sí, porque
seguro que ellos también.
No solo relajas el cuerpo, sino también lo estiras, y también los músculos es tanta la tensión que tienen que también el estirarlos, pues evidentemente es parte del entrenamiento. Al fin y al cabo es como comentabas antes, un estilo de vida, y todo después va a ir relacionado a ese objetivo para conseguir los resultados que uno espera.
Sí, y es una parte también que puede venir con experiencia. era Sam Laidlaw, que dijo la última vez que estaba aquí, creo que era en 2021, que era joven, era nuevo, estaba contra de Jan y quería ganarle, y por eso quizás hizo su error en la parte de la bici, puede ser, porque es una persona que dicen que él es bastante agresivo cuando está compitiendo, y en principio no me dio cuenta que significa, pero él dijo él también que cuando
es muy competitivo,
es muy competitivo en esa esquina, quizás lo tomó un poco demasiado y dejó un parte de su piel en la carretera.
Ya. Que claro, hay veces que hay que a lo mejor ser un poquito más prudente para evitar a lo mejor después tener esos problemas. No hemos visto muchas personas que se hayan retirado en principio, entonces sí, han sido muy pocos los participantes que se han retirado, y también es importante destacar lo que no se ve para preparar un evento como este. Tú que lo llevas viviendo durante muchos años y lo vives meses antes, una prueba como esta se prepara con muchos meses. No solo hablo de los deportistas, sino todas las personas que están detrás, todas las personas que trabajan duro durante meses para que pueda realizarse este evento con esta magnitud, con esta característica. No es fácil montar un evento deportivo de esta envergadura, y de ahí el éxito que tiene. Son muchas las personas que se dejan la piel también literalmente durante meses para sacarlo adelante, y muchísimos voluntarios, muchas personas que por amor a este deporte son conscientes de que sin su labor, sin esos voluntarios, no podría a lo mejor salir Challenge Family.
Tenemos una suerte de tener unos voluntarios aquí que son muy buenos. De hecho, son casi profesionales, son profesionales de ser un equipo de voluntarios. Ellos van a muchas otras carreras también y organizan muchas cosas, por ejemplo, hacen seguridad, pero lo más importante para la gente y todo, pero casi todo dan los dorsales y también tenemos aquí número 8.
Sí, miren cómo van acoplados en esa bicicleta, cómo van ese duelo
están bajando cuesta ahora.
Sí, porque recordemos que es un circuito que es un sub y baja, es un rompepiernas, aquí no hay llaneo, la bicicleta son 4 vueltas exigentes en la que los deportistas van a toda velocidad. Hay curvas muy importantes en las que hay que tener precaución, tener cuidado. Ahí lo vemos hidratándose, lo que hablábamos, muy importante en este tipo de pruebas que son cerca de 4 horas para los profesionales, los que van a estar a pleno rendimiento y tienen que cuidar esa parte de la hidratación y de la nutrición, como estábamos hablando. Eso también se entrena, ya los hemos visto cogiendo los botellines de agua en los avituallamientos, y también los hemos visto en diferentes puntos, pues cada uno tomando la alimentación que llevan preparada, por ejemplo como son los geles, y ahí los vemos, están compitiendo, están dándolo todo. Hace cada vez más calor en este sur de Gran Canaria. Para algunos es un cambio de temperatura importante, sobre todo para aquellos deportistas que vienen de países nórdicos, donde a lo mejor están experimentando ahora mismo una diferencia de más de 10 grados con respecto a lo que ellos están acostumbrados. Como comentábamos, las bicicletas son preciosas, llevan auténticas máquinas. Y es un espectáculo verlos recorrer estas carreteras del sur de la isla de Gran Canaria con unas vistas alucinantes.
Me encantan las palmas.
Sí, las palmeras, ¿no?
Las palmeras. Claro, toda España tienen, pero aquí me parece más
es muy
como,
tropical.
Sabes que estamos cerca de África, es algo muy diferente.
La verdad que las imágenes, el entorno es un espectáculo, se mezcla todo, se mezcla lo que es un lugar precioso, pegado con la costa, lo que comentas, la naturaleza, esas palmeras, ese clima tropical, con una temperatura ideal y bueno, y ver a los mejores deportistas de triatlón del mundo, ver a esos 70 profesionales hoy competir aquí en este challenge, en esta media distancia, es sin duda un auténtico lujo.
A Matías, el francés.
Y recordemos,
me parece que va segundo, ¿no? Porque en principio número 8 es Jan Stratman. Estábamos mirando él desde hace poco.
Vamos a comprobarlo,
Ahora tenemos Mathis Marinier. Esa parte de la carrera es un poco más ancho, tiene un poco más de espacio.
Qué ganas ya de verlo otra vez aquí cerquita con la carrera a pie, ¿verdad?
Sí,
ya va quedando menos.
Vamos a bajar luego a la meta.
Sí, vamos a seguir muy de cerca la carrera, vamos a seguir muy de cerca a todos los corredores. Recuerden que tenemos 5 cámaras, tenemos un dron, ahora mismo hay 2 cámaras inalámbricas con las motos siguiendo toda esta parte del recorrido de la bicicleta. Tenemos la cámara aquí también, la del set, la que nos está grabando a nosotras en este momento, pero también tenemos una cámara justo en el arco de meta. No nos vamos a perder ningún detalle de esta prueba. Estamos haciendo una gran retransmisión para el canal de YouTube de Challenge Family para que todos ustedes puedan vivir en directo este gran espectáculo, un gran evento deportivo a nivel mundial. Recuerden que tenemos aquí a los mejores triatletas del mundo porque estamos viviendo una de las mejores pruebas del triatlón internacional.
Les voy a hablar un poquito de ellos también. Ya lo dije en inglés antes, pero digo un poco en español. Patrick Laga, él está aquí y también Annie Haug, y los dos son ganadores de la larga distancia. Incluso Roth, que está nuestro más grande carrera que tenemos, es el sitio donde todos las atletas que encantan Challenge siempre quieren ir a Roth, que tiene tanta gente, es enorme, es lo más grande que hace en Challenge, creo. Puede ser creo que me dijo que Taiwán es casi cerca, que estaban en Taiwán todo el equipo esta semana, porque por fin, después de no sé cuántos años por el COVID, no podían entrar, el equipo de Challenge Family no podían entrar a Taiwán. Entonces ahora están ahí, creo que era por la mañana, ya se acabó por la hora, la diferencia en la hora. Patrick Laga y Annie Haug, que son campeones de esa carrera, y de Kona también. Sam Laidlaw, eso es su primera carrera después de Kona, que llegó con plata. Y Ruth Astle, que eso es su segunda vez aquí, pero la primera vez como profesional. Antes vino en 2017, pero era un grupo de edad. Entonces tenemos unas muy buenas personas. También tenemos a Andy Droitz, él está aquí, otro ganador de Challenge Roth. Y él tenía un accidente bastante grave en 2022, pero está aquí, no quiere pensar más en el pasado, está aquí, siente preparado, siente bien, así que está muy bien.
Un ejemplo de superación, porque claro, sí, son cosas del deporte, el lesionarse y el tener a lo mejor un accidente en un entrenamiento, en alguna prueba, y eso te implica un parón profesional cuando eres profesional, y después salir de ahí también es mucho de cabeza, de mente. Muchos necesitan incluso la ayuda de un psicólogo para después. Es que estaba viendo algunos ya, estaba viendo ahí esa en transición corriendo. No. Son los de la corta distancia, entonces. Sí. Pues
ya podemos ver los corredores,
sí,
pero
los corredores
tenemos un corte de distancia también, porque tenemos los ganadores ahí en bici. Pero sí, es muy guay tener las dos distancias aquí, porque vamos a tener ambiente todo el día.
Claro,
así que ahora mismo están corriendo para el corte de distancia.
Es una distancia muy popular también, donde se concentran muchísimos deportistas, sobre todo también deportistas locales que no optan por esa
es un
modalidad.
Poco diferente. Aquí no es una distancia típica de corta distancia, lo hacemos para que sea lo mejor que puede ser para los atletas. Los de corta distancia tienen que hacer 1900 también como el medio. Van a correr en la bici, 45 kilómetros más o menos, y la carrera a pie un poco más que un olímpico, que es 12 kilómetros. Entonces es un poco más largo de lo que
en la natación para los nadadores es ideal, porque la prueba de natación sí es verdad que es larga para hacer una corta distancia. Vamos a pasar a publicidad ahora, vamos a ver, porque al fin y al cabo también la publicidad es importante en estos eventos.
Nos vemos después.
Introducing the Wahoo Powerlink Zero, giving competitive cyclists everything they need to train with purpose. Power, tempo, efficiency, confidence, functionality. The power you need, the pedal you can trust. Introducing an even more powerful element bolt, set to push the limits once again. From staying on pace, to staying on course, to staying out front, to staying in contact. The new element bolt keeps you focused on what matters most: your performance.
¿Y la playa?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que probaste algo nuevo?
¿Puedo hacer esto todos los días?
Sí.
¿Puedo cruzar la isla caminando?
Claro, o cabalgando si quieres.
¿En qué puedo ayudarle, señor?
Bonjour, madame. ¿Es posible cancelar mi vuelo?
¿Qué es esto?
Esto es nuestra flora autóctona.
Oh.
Y hay más. Mucho más. ¿Será por esto que sonreímos tanto? ¿O será por esto? Porque cada día es un nuevo descubrimiento. Dale un giro a tu vida.
¿Alguna vez te has preguntado por qué siempre quieres más? Más lunes sin alarmas. Más primeras veces. Más saltos al vacío. Más desayunos en la cama. Más olor a mar y a campo. Más sonrisas a cámara. Más latidos por minuto. Más disfrutar del camino. Más sueños casi cumplidos. Más amigos de repente. Más carreras a cualquier parte. Más sabores por descubrir. Más quedarse sin palabras. Más tiempo. Tiempo para perderse y volver a encontrarse. En definitiva, más momentos como este. Y este. Y este. ¿Y si la respuesta nunca ha estado en el qué, sino en el dónde? Gran Canaria, mucho por vivir.
Hey gente, Mogán está abierto. Abierto a las sonrisas y al buen tiempo. Abierto a los que quieren disfrutar. Abierto a los que quieren descubrir. Abierto a las compras, a los regalos. Abierto a la buena comida, a la fiesta, a la diversión. Mogán está abierto ahora muy cerca. Mogán está abierto para ti. Elige Mogán.
Ya estamos de vuelta después de esta pequeña pausa publicitaria. Hacemos un rápido repaso en español antes de pasarnos al inglés. En la sección masculina, Mathis Magriguier, Jan Stratman y Adam Munch están todavía en la cabeza de carrera, seguidos por Sadom Laidlow, Aaron Royal, Charlie Quinn, son los principales corredores. En la parte femenina, Anne Hawk ya es cabeza de carrera junto a Caron Paul, Megan McDonald y Margui Santimaría, que llevan toda la carrera por delante. Eso es español. Ya pasamos al inglés. Hello girls again, we are here back, the team. I was just saying, in the girls section, in the women's section, Anne Hawk is already leading, followed by Caroline Paul and Megan McDonald. The three of them, followed maybe by Margui Santimaría, have been there the whole race, and Anne Hawk is now leading.
Yeah, I think we were all expecting that Anne Hawk will move to the front, move to the lead, which happened. So yeah, she has a 1 minute gap to the second, Caroline Paul. Yeah, we will see if she's gonna be increasing or she will just keep 1 minute and maybe she will be saving
I think
some
it's
energy for.
It's already 2.5 minutes.
Ah, okay. Oh my God.
We're already past the third checkpoint.
It's just checked. Okay.
If you're wondering what we're looking at, also the live result.
Yeah. But I think also Megan McDonald on the second place is quite a surprise. She's been, in the front for, most of the race so far because she's a great swimmer. But yeah, it's really good surprise. She's staying and she's doing really well. It's a big improvement. I think it was her first year as a pro. I think she did only like 2 races last year as a pro. It was her late entry in the pro category in the late summer last year. So yeah, she did a good progress and really nice to see Megan in the front. And I would also like to say Dida Diderix, she's currently on a 5th place. She's not the best swimmer, but she moved through the field and she's riding now on the 4th, 5th position with Ruth Essel. And I think we're gonna see Dida coming even further to the front. I believe she's an excellent runner. And she had really good performances last year on Challenge Jarlsbergen. She won, and also Ironman Poznan. She did an amazing race, and she ran away from everyone. And she's also a very strong cyclist. So I think we're gonna see her progressing. And yeah.
In the men section, Adam Munch is first. Last checkpoint was in 2 hours and 11 seconds. but that was in age group. So Matthias Magrier is the first in the pro section, 2 hours 13 minutes 57 seconds, followed by Jan Stratman in 2 hours 14 minutes exactly, Sam Laylow 2 hours 14 minutes and 4 seconds, and Aaron Royal 2 hours 14 minutes and 7 seconds. So basically in 10 seconds they're the 4 main racers. The guys are closer in the head than the girls.
That's true. Yeah. This is of course also with the depth of the field what we would expect, and we just see them going back to direction Amadores, I believe. Yeah, and so yeah, of course this is kind of what we were expecting, that the men's top is a bit closer together than the women. It's not necessarily those 4 names that we expected there, but we also see them working well together. Jan Stratman, I think, just passed us.
Yeah,
so
around.
Yeah, he just came around, and it's always nice to see the age groupers there on the side, and you see.
I think it was Matthias Margier, that the guy
he was passing,
swapping the lead with.
yeah. So and then Sam Laidlow and Adam Royal, but we also do have Patrick Lange not so far away. So yeah, on the run, I think we will still see what the run has in store for us. Of course, 21 kilometers is, well, for age groupers it's long, for pro athletes it's not that long. But yeah, on the pro men's, I think we will see a still, I would call it still very open race at this point in time.
Yeah.
I think on the women we see Anna Haug pulling away, and so I think she's
an excellent runner.
Yeah,
I think if anything happens, she will.
Yeah. I mean, with her running skills, I think. If we come into transition like this, she's going to be by miles a favorite, of course. Yeah. With the running that she has, but also behind there. I mean, with Caroline Pohle, with Megan, we see 2 groups of 2 athletes. So also that still shows us maybe it's not a. Well, don't call the race over before it's over, but maybe they will be racing for second place and for the podium. But I think also there we still have quite an exciting racing ahead of us.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fight for the podium will be definitely, even if Annie Haug will keep the lead. The second and third place, I think we will see still a nice race for the podium.
Oh yeah, especially on this run also, which also is not so easy, coming off a not so easy bike, and with the cycling legs that you have. Also, we will see on the run who pushed maybe too hard on the bike, because we've seen it last year with Johnny Brownlee, who was very good on the bike, and then on the run just realized, okay, I'm a bit dehydrated, and then really suffered on the run.
Yeah.
So this bike course, it's, even if you end the bike course in the front, you can really feel it a bit later. And here we see one of the nice sections going with a lot of speed downhill, just fantastic when you're cycling there, and you can really tuck in, get your head down, and just really enjoy it. So we expect to see actually the first men here back pretty soon, and then it will be off into the running shoes. So
I think the heat is also coming. It's starting to be really hot also for us. We can imagine for athletes it's even worse. So I think that will play a big role as well.
Yeah, but don't call it bad. It's not worse. It's not a bad thing to be warm. That's what we came here for.
Yeah, of course.
We're here for sunshine, so that's of course what we want. And it's shaping up to be a fantastic day. And really, there was some cloud cover that was in the prognosis, but fortunately not here. Not right now.
Any cloud.
No, it's beautiful. It's really fantastic triathlon weather. And we're ready definitely to see the guys and the girls back here.
Right now it's 21 degrees Celsius, of course. As you say, it's all sun, no clouds. So it's looking like it's gonna be a sunny race, and that's it. Has a real impact that on the race, on the racing. Maybe you get more tired, more the hot maybe affects.
Yes. I mean, you can say it from a pro perspective, but yes, of course.
Definitely. And also there's I don't think there is any shade. I think it's like most of it. Maybe there are a few palm trees.
On the promenade a little bit, yeah.
A little bit, but yeah, you can see it's like it's gonna be really hot. I mean, of course, as you said, it's nice, it's sunny, but yeah, like when you know, running on the edge of your abilities and it's like, you know, when you're pushing yourself to the edge of your limits, it's definitely not very comfortable to have so much heat on yourself, and you know, like the dehydration and everything can influence your race. So
yeah, we have a very light wind that we feel here, but actually hardly none at all. We do see the palm trees moving just a tiny little bit, so it's the athletes will feel the heat, that for sure, and they will feel the sunshine, and yeah, it's for them at that moment it will not be so comfortable, and we do see the Olympic distance athletes already running around us. So yeah, on the run course it's an out and back, so we do have, let's say, the promenade as a central element, and then we're running a bit to the right and a bit to the left, and those right and left ends, they are both very much exposed in the sun. So yeah, there you will feel the heat. We do have aid stations, of course, that will help, and where you can always put a bit of water over yourself, a bit of ice, or well, cold water mostly, and that will help. But yeah, especially for the pro athletes, really pushing their limit, and this is what they will need to do to be in the top, especially the way we are seeing the race shape up. That can be a factor, and like I said, last year we did see it with Johnny Brownlee, who came off the bike in the front pack, and then just felt the dehydration kicking in and really suffered. And yeah, we see it. It's midday, so we do have some palm trees, but we don't have much shade. So it's a beautiful run. It's actually it's beautiful to run on this promenade at a slower pace and more of a comfort pace, at top speed, and with quite tired legs after the bike course, of course, is a different story.
Maybe we're getting into the time of the race where injuries and fatigue start to come. How do you manage that, and is it exactly maybe middle racing in the foot, or maybe in the bike, where you can start feeling that fatigue?
Yeah, of course you will start feeling the fatigue, and it's very common that maybe sometimes, you know, from the beginning of the bike, like you feel like, oh, it's nice and I feel strong, and you just push and you don't really think, and then you might feel fatigue, of course. So it's also important to, you know, spread your power, spread your energy, and just like be smart, like when you're gonna push, don't go, you know, over the edge, because it's risky. You can just blow up later. So I think it's also really important to be in your head, like during the race, like, you know, think what you are doing, and yeah, like the whole strategy. So I think especially with the pro athletes, they know this, and they will be also a bit tactical in these terms. So yeah, maybe we might see in the end of the bike, they might not like slow down, but yeah, you can see they might not ride that aggressive, and already thinking that there is, you know, big chunk of the race coming. So of course they will need to hydrate and, you know, fill the energy, have some gel in just before the run. And then, of course, taking a lot of water, maybe some salt as well, to keep them hydrated, and also, yeah, to be able to perform in such a heat on the highest level. And
yeah, I think this is really also where we see a difference between the pro racing and the age group racing, because in age group racing, I think I would say 100% what you said. Let's say you try to get in a rhythm on the bike, you're at the end of the bike, maybe you lift the power a little bit to get maybe a little bit higher cadence to try and get the legs prepared for the run. But actually in pro racing, and this we've seen in this race also, sometimes on the last lap, just on the way back, someone really pushes it, because they're like, yeah, let's make
someone take the risk,
and let's make them really feel uncomfortable, and some of the strong riders may do precisely that they really try and put the pressure on, because of course, I mean, if you go running with a Patrick Lange or with an Anna Haug, and you have them in your group, well, you probably don't want to end in a group with them before the run. So that's actually
they can try to attack.
And that's where tactics really plays a role. And I think especially in pro racing, of course, sometimes you have your game plan, but then someone else has a different game plan, and you need to find the correct answer within your abilities to that race plan, and that's not always easy and not always comfortable. And then there you have to adapt.
Yeah, definitely. And I also, I think we've seen that also in a Kona, for example, on the run. Of course, as you say, as a pro athletes, you know, they have a different strategy than maybe the age group athletes. Maybe age group athletes will stop sometimes, or walk, or just have like a little break, or just have a break for the gel. But you know, the age group athletes, pro athletes, they will just, you know, do their best, save every second. But even in the Kona, when it was like the heat was, I think, probably a different story than here. It was like very humid, very hot, and you know, like Chelsea Sodaro, she was walking through every aid station. She was making sure she refilled, she had enough fluid, she drank, she, you know, pour some water over her head and just really walk through the feed station. So even this could be a part of the tactique to really make sure I'm ready to, you know, do another 2 kilometers, then ready to do another 2, and just kind of make sure they will be still okay.
Actually, that's a good point, because we heard this a little bit in the press conference yesterday, and of course we see this especially in pro racing. The middle distance really is a different beast than the long distance, and you see in the middle distance you see, of course, let's say the long distance athlete who are coming from the longer distance and who are going towards the middle distance, and you see the Olympic distance athletes who are with a lot of power and a lot of speed coming and trying to prolong their powers a bit to make it through the middle distance. So how would you say, I mean, how intense would you say is a middle distance for a pro athlete? How would you compare this intensity? Because for pro athlete, I think a middle distance really is, well, for the long distance athlete it's like a sprint. For the Olympic distance athlete it's like a marathon. And how would you compare this intensity? Because on the long distance, of course, you have a lot more suffering. But for them, a 20k run is like hop, go, and full speed, or not?
Yeah, you are right, definitely. I think, like, especially if you're comparing, for example, the Olympic distance and the middle distance. The Olympic distance, usually for the pro athletes, it's a drafting race, so also the strategy is different. You just go full speed for the swim, and then, of course, on the run, sometimes you have a little rest when you are in the middle of the group. Sometimes you need to push, like, really hard on the bike. Then, you know, it's just going, like, the intensity is changing during the bike, and then, of course, it's like a lot of tactics. You want to save your legs for the run, and then you just go full speed 10k. In the middle distance, it's different. You need to focus more on yourself, because also there is like a contact, but especially during the bike, you know, you are in the group, but you are still only like mentally in the group. There is not really much help in terms of, like, you are resting when you are riding behind someone. Of course, there is maybe little help, but you know, you need to keep your distance. And of course, like, in terms of like a power energy, you really need to focus on yourself and think of your heart rate, think of your watts to really go as a plan to make sure you can finish the race in like a good pace, and you still have the energy in the end of the run. And definitely then on the run you can, you know, afford to really then just go for it. But of course then maybe just in the end, because it's longer. I have to say that, you know, as like the athletes are improving, the whole field is getting stronger. Even the middle distance races now are sometimes in the intensity of Olympic distance. So sometimes it's like super high intense, and you know, even if it's just such a long distance, there are athletes who are actually able to keep this pace for the whole race. So it's also like the style of the racing is changing. I would say maybe like a few years ago it was more like the full long distance race, the middle distance, but now it's getting much more speedy and also like more technical, because the athletes are getting like closer together. They are like, even on the bike they are still together, on the swim they are more together, so also the tactique plays a bigger role than before. Yeah, definitely.
Results are coming in, and right now Jan Stratman is leading, followed by Sam Laidlow, 6 seconds behind. Again, 6 seconds behind is Aaron Royal, and 13 seconds is Mattis McGear. So that group is maybe getting distance between each other, but still is a really close pack at the front of the race. Finishing now the cycling.
Yeah. I mean, this is the group of 4 or 5 that we will see. The 4 really coming in here, and now we also see Patrick Lange with a little bit of distance.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes, which on a middle distance,
it's too much maybe.
It's Patrick Lange, so I wouldn't say
it's very strong runner. So
So but Sam Laidlow also has shown that he's also not exactly slow. So 4 minutes on a middle distance is quite a lot. No, under normal circumstances, I would say on a middle distance that's too far.
Probably, but you never know what can happen. As you said before, we saw Johnny Brownlee last year, and it's nothing for sure. But
and also it depends on what the 4 in the front do with each other. Because if they really put the pressure on each other, then also maybe someone will overdo it a bit in the beginning, and then of course you have the chance. For us as spectators, it's a chance maybe to see someone struggle a little bit more than others. But I mean, certainly for Patrick, the podium is still within possibilities, and we will see which one of those 4 there in the front is going to take charge on the run. I don't really think they will run as a pack. That's not normally what we see, but let's see. I think those 4 will battle it out for the win, and then we can see what Patrick will do coming from a little bit from behind. And then we see them actually having come in, and that's Jan Stratman putting on his shoes, taking all the stuff from there. We have Sam Laidlow coming in, looking calm and collected. Shaking out that bag.
Yeah, I think Sam Laidlow will definitely be looking for to take a lead. As we see in the corner, he is very strong in his mind. I think if he decides I want this, he is very capable of getting it. I'm not saying the others not, but like for example in Kona we see like very strong determined. He did like very impressive race. He just brake on the bike, ride on his own on the bike, pushing really hard, and then he was able to keep it on the run the whole marathon. He was like very consistent and not blowing up, which might a lot of people expect. He did a very impressive race, and we might see this today as well.
There was our winner of the Olympic distance. So congratulations. That was.
First finisher.
We saw it too late, but we saw it. Of course, our age group athletes on the Olympic distance are now also starting to come in, and they also know what they did today, I think.
Yeah, definitely it was not easy even for the Olympic distance athletes. I can imagine. You can see they don't look very fresh.
They don't exactly. They also gave it to each other. It's also, of course, small distances or small gaps between each other, and really pushing it hard. But actually, from the transition, just going back to the pro race for a second, you could also see that they were quite calm and collected. It's not really that anyone was panicking. It was okay. Let's shake out the bag. Let's put the shoes on, put the socks on, put the shoes on. That's certainly the difference to Olympic distance racing. Where would that would have been?
You want to save every second. But
So now and actually what we didn't see is when you come out of the transition, it's quite a steep ramp going down before you make it.
That's the one we see in the beginning after swim. They have to ride. Now they need to run down.
And that's actually one that I remember when I did this race. You come with cycling legs that are quite tired, and then you go down this ramp and you really haul. This really is uncomfortable. Because
you feel like your legs are somewhere else.
You don't really have the feeling, and it's downhill, and if someone already pushes there, then then you're cursing a little bit under your breath. But yeah.
About the mindset, I wanted to ask you girls, how important is the mindset during the race, because it's of course a long race and you have to be tough mentally through the race, right?
Yeah. We also see this in our age groupers and in of course in those that are winning also in the others. You have to keep believing, and you have to really stay fresh mentally, especially on this course where you always have the ups and downs, up and down, both. Mostly on the bike, but also on the run. It's not really an easy run, so you really need to stay fresh mentally and stay in that zone where you feel uncomfortable, because I think when you're suffering, I mean, it is uncomfortable and you need to be mentally ready for this. And this is actually one of the races that I myself found mentally the most challenging, because you don't really have easy parts. You never get in this, what you were describing as like this, let's say, steady state where you have everything under control. You just you flow along. This you don't have here. You're constantly pushing, relaxing, and this is, I think, mentally it's quite challenging. And then you have here the heat, and you always need to stay within.
Yeah,
your
definitely.
limits.
It's like really challenging mentally. I think like your body is actually capable of much more than you actually think it is, and it's like really where you are able to push your limits. And I think especially like the very experienced pro athletes, they are like really good in this terms. They are able to push themselves to the edge and just like keep it for a very long time. And I think like the mental side, it is really important.
And how do you get ready for that? How do you prepare the mental side? Is maybe just something about experience, or something you get prepared for?
I think it's like one part of that is just the personality. It's just like your nature. It definitely is something you have in yourself. And other thing is also, of course, the experience, because once you try, actually I was able to keep up for, so long, why I can't do it even for longer. And then, once you experience that, moving your limits with from race to race, and then you actually find that how much you are capable of and what you can do. But I would say it's also like of course like it's a part like of the personality of the person individually.
Yeah, and we also see we hear from some of the pro racers also that they are working with mental coaches to develop tactics for how do you deal with different situations and things like this. Because some of it I think also comes from experience, from having experienced both the highs and the lows of the sport. Sometimes it's good when you're young and fresh and you haven't experienced anything bad yet, so you just go out and just have the whole world in front of you. And sometimes, of course, also depends a bit on the shape. I mean, if you know you're in top shape and you're really good and you feel comfortable, and your body feels comfortable pushing the limits, then that also helps, of course.
Yeah, I think also there are like athletes who they are like they're always going to win in the finish line, and I think this is something you can't really train. Like for example, that I don't know, I would say like Lucy Charles is someone who is always like, she's very confident and she just knows she can do. I mean, I saw her to lose in the finish line as well, which is also possible, but she's someone who is also like mentally very strong, and I think that's her nature. She's she's never giving up in her head. I mean, it's like a lot of athletes like this, but some of them have that in their nature, and I think, for example, Lucy Charles is a good example.
Some results on the women section are coming right now. Anne Haug is still dominating the race. It's 4 minutes, almost 4 minutes.
Oh wow!
In front of Megan McDonald, ahead of her, and Ruth Astley is also really close to Megan McDonald. There are 2 seconds between each other, so maybe we are more looking into the battle to the second position than to the first one, because Anne Haug, it looks like she's getting way ahead of their followers.
Yeah, and this is what we've been talking about. This is kind of the expected outcome from, or the expected race progression, that we would expect from an athlete, of course, of her caliber. But nonetheless, she still has to make it to the finish, of course, and this is, so yeah, it's not over until it's over. But I think really the battle for the podium will be one that on the women's side still promises to be very open and very, very interesting. Yeah, we also see Diederik's moving up, Caroline Pohle going a little bit backwards, well, not backwards, but being a little bit handed down in the classification. So we will see, because also for these ladies, someone like Ruth Astle, she had to come from a bit of a distance after the swim, so she had to really push on the bike to make it to where she is now, and we will see how the legs will thank her for that. And she's also one who has been known, or who we know has had an injury in the past, and well, it's actually a bit of an open question, maybe even for herself, how she will be able to hold up on the run, and how it will go for her. So there's definitely still some fireworks in the women's race, but the win, well, we have someone who's having a good hand on the trophy there, but still has to finish it off, of course.
Yeah, I think Anne Haug she's you know, like upper level. She's just like a world champion, and she's, you know, really, really strong and very experienced athlete. So she, yeah, like the chance of her not being able to finish or just blowing up is quite low, but it is possible. Yeah, we never know. But yeah, I would say she is like. Yeah, it will be very possible she would be able to keep the lead. Yeah, and on the second and third place, I still believe personally Diederik's will be the one, maybe, but we will see. It's a first race of this season, so we don't know how each girl was training, how did, you know, her training went through the winter. As Ruth Astle said, it's yeah, always the first test, so we will see.
So we will going back to commercials a little bit, and we will be back soon with only racing by foot part of the race. We will see you soon.
Hi, I'm Ruth Astle. I am a professional triathlete. Still feels very weird saying that. Yeah, and I'm out here to start my 2023 season at Challenge Gran Canaria.
What's your biggest achievement so far?
I still kind of split it into two, from a kind of my age group achievements and then pro achievements. But I'd say as a pro, coming 5th at the St George World Champs last year.
Fantastic. Well, as an age grouper, you were the first overall in Kona in 2019, and you decided finally to become pro at 30. Can I ask, what took you so long to make that decision?
There were a couple of things. I had in my head that I wanted to win the overall race in Kona before going pro. I just had it as something I wanted to tick off. It felt like that would be real validation that I'd be good enough to go pro. And I also wanted to be senior enough in my job at Lloyd's to be able to, if I stepped away completely, be able to jump back in quite easily. And at that point, I'd then done 18 months in my more senior role that I was like, we basically have grades. So I'd reached the right grade to be like, if I need to step away, I can. Thankfully, they've been super flexible, so I'm still actually working 11-ish hours a week with them. But yeah, it was like those 2 points I wanted to tick off, and I wanted to transition knowing that I could actually be competitive as a pro rather than just turning pro and being at the back. And yeah, it seems to have worked out all right, so good decision, I think.
So you just mentioned your job, so you're still working 11 hours, but still that's 11 hours that could be training, I guess, or resting. So how do you balance that, the work and the training, to be at the level you need to be?
So yeah, it's something I've tussled with a bit in terms of should I still keep doing it. I actually just enjoy having something completely unrelated to triathlon. I think from a mental perspective, having something that keeps you kind of engaged and something for your brain to do that's not just training focused is actually quite important for me. I think I'd get really bored if I wasn't doing it, because I think there's only so many hours you can train. Like I'm already training 25, 30 hours a week, probably not gonna really do much more than that. And recovery wise, I find, okay, I'm probably not as recovered as I could be with, I could just be napping, but I'm still sat down, I've got my feet up usually. I find like that kind of work, it's not that stressful. And the new role that I've got is also, it's not very stressful compared to what I used to do. So even from a mentally taxing perspective, it's not that bad. It's just interesting and yeah, nice to have something that's a lot bigger than triathlon in some ways from getting that normal life perspective.
And something that forces you to sit down for a few hours. Last time you came in 2017, you were competing as an age grouper. You're coming back as a pro. What is the difference? How amazing is the difference, or is there no difference?
So I think actually triathlon's one of those unique things where it's very similar, being an age grouper and a pro at most races. I think probably where I've felt it to be the most different is at those big championship races, so St George and Kona, because of the, I think like the media that you do around it, the kind of the general buzz feels a lot bigger. But I think the main difference, I don't know, I get put up in a nice hotel like this, which is really nice. Didn't get that as an age grouper. Yeah, I like there's obviously different pressures. In some ways it is, you know, it is my job. I want to do well for my sponsors and the people that support me, but even as an age grouper, like you still have that drive that you want to win, you want to do as well as you can. So it's just a slightly different, you're not just doing it for yourself. But yeah, I think like start line vibes are still really similar. Like I think, I don't know if it's the same on the men's side, I feel like that might be a bit different, but on the women's side it certainly feels still very like friendly, supportive, everyone's able to kind of chat and have a joke on the start line, and then, you know, the gun goes and it gets serious. But yeah, I think other than that it feels pretty similar.
You just mentioned being put up in a nice hotel. Can you tell us a little bit about Anfi, what your first impressions are? You just arrived?
Yeah, so I got in last night just as the sun was setting, had this lovely sunset over my shoulder. But yeah, it's been really nice. It's actually perfect for racing because it's like little self-catered apartment, so you can do all your like pre-race food without worrying too much about that. Really spacious. Again, I think when you travel with a bike, you get very used to being crammed into little hotel rooms and basically sleeping with your bike. So this has got, you know, like separate area for like lounging and all of that. And yeah, they've just been super helpful. Like the reception guys are willing to kind of do anything. And yeah, I've not really had a chance to go and like chill by the pool or explore that much yet. But
maybe after.
Post-race, you'll find me sunbathing by the pool.
Perfect. Let's talk a bit about the race. Is there any particular part of the race you're really looking forward to, and any particular part that you're a little bit worried about?
So I feel like the whole race actually, like it feels, it's not actually that late, but it feels quite late to be starting the season because it just feels like there's actually been some quite big races. So I've had that kind of FOMO of I really want to get racing. But yeah, I think like the swim is the swim. I'm hoping I'll have a good day, but we'll see. Anything can happen. I think it would just be quite nice to actually be in the open water. It's obviously still freezing cold at home, so I've not done any open water swimming yet. So that might be slightly interesting, but it's not usually something I struggle with too much, kind of translating to the open water. The bike is just like, I love this bike course. It's like up, down, twisty. And it's also, because it's so like out and back, there's lots of points to kind of tell where you are in the race and kind of what those gaps are like. So that is quite good from seeing where you're at. Yeah, probably a bit nervous about the run. I've not really done much running. I've had a bit of a calf issue. So yeah, seems to be all right, touch wood. And yeah, so run-wise, I'm kind of not expecting much, just kind of want to get through it and use it as a bit of a good training day on the run. I mean, I obviously want to try and win, but I mean, Anne's turned up now, so I'd like to try and podium. Yeah, 70.3 I'd say isn't really my distance yet. I'm still still got a long way to go swim and run wise. So yeah, mainly this for me is that tester of kind of how winter training's gone, see where I'm at, hopefully just have a nice fun day out.
Do you like middle distance though? Is this your distance?
Like I like it, but it's not my distance yet. Like the swim has got a lot of work to be done still, and yeah, like the times that people are running now, yeah, I need to take about 5 minutes off my run time.
Your prediction for podium?
Ooh. So I think Anne will win. It's then there's a lot of interesting people, to be fair. There's like a lot of there's a lot of quite new pros, which is always interesting, because I think some of them you can see like rapid progression. Yeah, I mean, obviously I raced Lydia back in Swansea, and she had a pretty good race there and beat me. So yeah, I feel like this is quite a good course for Lydia. She spends a lot of time in Lanzarote. It's quite similar in terms of the riding, so I would expect she could be up there. There's another quite new pro, Meg McDonald, who again, like, she's just pretty solid all-round athlete. I know she's been coached by Mark Matthews, and he seems pretty confident in her abilities. People like Svenja Toos as well. You know, like, there's loads of people. I think the kind of race behind Anne will be quite close. I feel like Anne will just run away quite quickly. But yeah, hopefully there can be some good battles behind the rest of us.
Your plans for the rest of the year?
Ooh. So post this, I'm going to Mallorca. I'm spending sort of 10 days there just to keep soaking up some sunshine. And then hopping across to Ibiza. I'm going to do the WTS long distance champs. Because again, 100k distance, not really my bag right now. And then I've basically got, I think it's about 7 weeks until Challenge Roth, which again, super excited about. I only raced it as an age grouper, but it was on my birthday, so it was like an epic race.
And this time too? Or?
No, next year it's on my actual birthday again. So
excellent.
I have to make sure I get my Kona qualification ticked off so I can do that again. So yeah, I'll probably just do a big block before it. I haven't actually planned any races yet. I could do a race 2-3 weeks before it, but yeah, I think at the moment I probably just need a good block. And then I've not planned anything post that. At the moment, like, that's the kind of the big race I'm aiming for so far, and then it'll be see how that goes, reset, and then decide what my build to Kona should be.
Excellent. Well, we're very happy to have you here in Gran Canaria. Welcome to Anfi Challenge Mogán-Gran Canaria. We hope to see you every single year from now on as a pro as well. Thank you very much and good luck for Saturday.
Thank you.
So we're back, and this time it's me talking to the girls. So we're just having a look at, apparently Sam Laidlow has gone into the first position. And the results that I've got here, we had Aaron, Sam, Mattis Manya, which is exactly what Sam Laidlow picked for the podium, funnily enough. It's as if he knew something. I'm not sure what order he thought it was going to be in, but he definitely picked him or Aaron for first position, and Mattis there as well. So seems like he knows his stuff.
Yeah, I guess that counts well for him, no? He definitely has a good idea, and I think, yeah, if we're talking about body type and the type of athlete that you would expect to do well here, then that's certainly, yeah, the three that we would expect. Because for instance, someone like Patrick Lange actually is maybe from body composition for this course. We were talking about it on the bike. Is maybe not his strongest, or maybe not the course that suits him best, because yeah, for these climbs you really need to have a lot of power, low weight but still a lot of power on the bike, and that's maybe not something that, for instance, for Patrick Lange is really the thing that he excels in. But for someone like
interestingly enough, like you said, he's come third here before, he's come second here before, and then he's gone on to win Roth or Kona. So maybe that seems to be what he's more suited for, as you say.
Absolutely,
and then using this, but this is his lucky streak, I think. If he comes here, he tends to win another race just afterwards. So I think this is the pattern that he's going to go for. So maybe that's not his intention in this race. Maybe he just needs a third or fourth place, and that means he's going to win big later on.
Even that could be.
I mean, like you said yesterday in the press conference, the first sit out, after this you definitely know where you are, and it's not always. I mean, not always you're going to be able to win, and definitely the three that we have in the front deserve all the limelight and are probably the ones that. Well, at least they are the three that are showing themselves to be the strongest.
Exactly.
Maybe not the three that everyone would have picked, but definitely the one that...
I don't know. A lot of people were obviously picking Sam. A lot of people were wondering if he was going to have a target on his back after his performance last year. He didn't seem to think so. He was thinking that it would be Patrick that had more pressure on his back. But between them, they were all shifting the blame and shifting the responsibility between them. It was very interesting to hear them talking the other day.
I think it's really hard also to guess because it's the first race of the season and you never know. Everyone can have like a little secret, like a small injury or something which didn't go really well, for example, during the winter. So it's always something you have on the paper based on the results from last year, but it doesn't necessarily need to be the guideline you must follow. So
a year is a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time, and maybe like a half years, from the last race.
Well, even that can be a long time when it comes. As you know, being a professional, you were actually going to start this race originally.
Yeah, that was the original plan, and also like things were not going as planned, and I'm here and I'm happy to being here. So,
which is easier?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to just watch. But it is definitely easier just sitting and watching
and having coffee in between or an ice cream.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see
videos in from our people on the course. Anne is already out of transition. She's running now on the course. Of course, she's the favourite, and all the women were worried. Well, I wouldn't even say worried about Anne. They were so convinced that she was going to win that it didn't even really seem to be a concern of theirs. That was the place that she was going to take.
But it's no surprise if you look at her history. Her like massively impressive long history. Yeah, she is very confident, very experienced athlete, and
is confidence a major part when it comes? You should know because you're a professional triathlete. Is confidence? Is there something in the mindset that is really, really a big part of triathlon?
I think it definitely helps, but you can't only have, of course, like you can't only do your performance based on your confidence, but there is a lot you can, it can influence. So definitely the confidence is something which helps a lot, and of course good results, gives you the boost, so your confidence is growing, and definitely it helps. But it also is something to do with the personality of the athletes, because not everyone, even with the good results, can be very confident.
So have you ever raced Anne?
Yeah, I raced with her many times. I think one of the first races I raced with her was something like 2006 or 2007 Bundesliga in Gladbeck, which was in Germany, and that time she was just like one of the average athletes. I think maybe it was like one of her first races ever.
Athlete. That's amazing.
I was just gonna say Bundesliga and average athlete. No, that's
she was like one of the average first Bundesliga athlete. It's not like, of course she was strong, but it was like she was like she was studying and just doing triathlon for fun, and her swimming that time was quite bad for like a professional athlete, and since then she did like a massive work on her swimming. So her swimming is like really good at the moment.
And actually we just saw the first female Olympic distance athlete coming in, so maybe
in a few years.
In a few years, there you go. We still have a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So no, I mean, yeah, of course, a lot of athletes come from the shorter distances, of course, and Anna being a good example of that. Someone who's come from the Olympic distance and then stepped it up gradually.
She took part on the Olympic Games. We should mention as well. She has like a really lot of experience in all distances.
Yeah, her palmares are quite stacked.
Being an Ironman world champion.
On the results, we can see that Anne Holg was the first out of transition 2. I'm not sure we can see what's going on there, but we're being sent some images where we've got Ruth Assel seems to be the next behind.
3.5 minutes behind.
3.5 minutes behind her. And then we've got
Megan,
after that Megan. Amazing.
Yeah. Wow.
She's really going to prove herself this race. This is exactly what she came here to do. All the British girls were saying
Very
that she's
impressive.
one to watch, that she might make her mark in this race.
And we have a fangirl here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I met her the other day. She was a lovely girl, really into the sport, into the coaching side of it as well. Talking about the mental side of it, again, Lydia Dant is another one who, the main way that she goes into a race is just thinking, I'm just going to have fun. So it's not something that I can even imagine, being a pro and just thinking, going to a race and thinking, okay, my mindset is I'm going to have fun, I'm going to enjoy the race, and that's what I'm here to do.
I think behind this mindset, of course, you need to know, okay, I have the good training behind me. I can afford myself to be confident and just have fun, because like, if you know that the training didn't go well, then of course, it's your body. You can't just make it through having fun, because you can still have fun, but you're probably not gonna win.
It's probably gonna be slower fun.
Is it really fun?
Is it really gonna fun to talk to sponsors afterwards? I don't know.
But it's fun. We love our sponsors.
Of course we do.
I think this is the difference between the pro athletes and the age group athletes, because even like age group athletes, if he or she doesn't have a good day, I believe they can still have fun and they can still enjoy the race. But with the pro athletes, it's much more pressure from themselves mostly, also from sponsors and everyone, all the people around watching, but also like pressure on themselves to think like, I'm here, I need to perform, I need to show, I need to, do well. But even if you have the training behind you, it doesn't necessarily mean you will just do perfect race, because you can have a bad sleep before, or as a woman you can be on your period, which also can affect a lot, and it's things you can't change, and of course then the mental side of that, you're not gonna have fun, obviously.
How important is the nutrition and everything like that? If something went wrong and you didn't take what you normally take, is it really that big a deal?
It depends. I think it really depends. Sometimes even if you don't get a chance to have a gel, it doesn't mean it is a disaster. But of course the nutrition is very important, because you need to have the energy to do your job. So the sugar in your body and in your blood is, the levels are going down very quickly, and once you not refill, then you can be in a trouble. So of course it's really important, and also like a salt and water, and just make sure your body can function correctly. Give it what it needs to do the best performance, and so definitely it is
I've
important.
seen that Margie Santa Maria is having a really good race today. Have you ever raced with her? Is it someone you know?
Yeah. I mean, I also remember her from my first challenge in Mallorca in 2018, and she's a very good swimmer, and I always used to swim with her, so we were always kind of coming out together out of the water, but she's also like strong cyclist, and on the run it's like sometimes she's great, sometimes she's not having a good day, but she had like amazing race, for example in Challenge Dines last year when she won, and I think that was her first win. She was really happy and very, very impressive race. So she did really good step forward last year, and I think
what do you think today? Do you think she's in the top 5, I believe, at the moment?
Yeah, it might
or
be.
She was coming out of going into transition, maybe.
Yeah, I have to say I didn't see the latest result because my phone is not working. But
we've got eyes.
Even without having the latest results, I think she should be able to do top 5 or top 6. I think like for the podium there might be stronger athletes, so that might not be possible for her today. But I think still even like top 5 or top 6 for her in this kind of competition would be really, really nice result.
And who did you pick for the podium? Did you have any ideas?
So as I was saying earlier, my favorite for the podium is Dida Diderix. As I said, I met her on few races. I think I have a feeling Challenge Mogán 2 years ago was her first professional race. I'm not sure if she did some before, but it was definitely one of her first races, and I remember racing with her, and she did well.
She came in 10th, I believe.
She borrowed her coach's bike for that race.
Okay, fine.
She borrowed her coach's bike. It was the main thing she learned to do differently in this race. Definitely have your own bike. And a bit more better nutrition. She also mentioned.
And I think since that she grew up as an athlete like so much, and she has like a lot of potential, and she showed that last year. In the end of the season, she won the Ironman 70.3 Poznań. I was there racing with her, and she did such an amazing race.
Was it a hilly one?
No, that was the flat one. It was really flat on the bike, but she was kind of like leading the, let's say, group on the bike, and she pushed, and then on the run she pushed even more and just ran away from everyone.
From cross background.
She's like able to do everything. She loves everything.
Superwoman.
I also raced with her last year in Lanzarote on the mountain bike race. And she was excellent in that as well. So that's my black horse for today, and I believe she could take in the second position, but we will see. It's the first race of the season.
And third, who was your guess for third?
Maybe Ruth, but I'm not sure about her Achilles. If that's, I think she's not sure as well. But if that's gonna work out, it's she is definitely able to run really fast. Just depends on how her Achilles feels.
She felt like she was almost there, and she feels like she's back to it, but obviously it takes a race. It's the first of the season. It takes a race to know how you're really at.
Yeah. The tendons are very tricky. I mean, I had problems with tendons myself, and it's like a long story for the tendons, and it's going like up and down. So I hope she will be fine, and she will be recovered.
So Anne is almost finishing the first lap of the run. Let's see who we've got behind her.
Do we know what happened to Jan Stratman? Because we've lost him a little bit he has disappeared.
So the results we have Anne Hogue followed by Annie Hogue followed by Ruth Astle. She seems to be doing so far.
Yeah, so far, great.
Although this is probably still coming out of T2, so we'll see when we get to the first point of the run how she's doing on the run there.
There we go.
So far, so good. Can we see something now? Excellent.
Yeah, we have some late low there in the front.
Some late.
Oh wow!
There we
go.
Was Aaron behind him, or?
I'm not sure if Aaron was behind him. This looks like Matisse, no? Coming in there.
It's such a nice atmosphere down there. All the people cheering them on.
I couldn't even walk through when I went to the toilet. There's just so many people.
Too many people. No, it's always good though to have that kind of atmosphere. Everyone's in a good mood. Everyone's in the sunshine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about this really being a family type of race where you're really close to the race. You see your athlete all the time, and sometimes as an athlete you like this when you're performing well, and sometimes you wish you could hide a bit more. You're suffering, but yeah, it's fantastic for for spectators, for the whole family to come out to see your athlete, to be really involved in the race, to see the pros. I remember even when I wasn't racing, I would come here and just, you see the top pros that are coming here. And it's fantastic.
You decided to live here, even.
Yeah.
That was it. It must be a great place to come.
It is. Yeah. It's also a great place to live. Not for everyone.
Yeah. We don't want too many people.
We don't want everyone here.
There's Alberto Castillas. I can see passing there. Oh, look at the smiles on their faces.
Yeah.
Everyone seems very happy. Imagine being an age grouper and running around with Sam Laidlaw, Patrick Langer.
I think it's more favorites. Like the happy feelings. I don't think that's just something which you're gonna feel the whole run. I think when you're gonna go around the corner and then the smile will just turn into this like a suffer mode. But I'm sure in the end they will be happy.
Yeah, because also
Elizabeth
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, she's an amazing runner as well, but I think she's not in the top 6 now at the moment. She might be 7th.
Yeah, but actually this run is also it's not really an easy run, because you come off the promenade and up here it's not entirely flat, it's not really hilly, but it's not...
It's an interesting one. There's I remember Lucy Lucy and Jan, both of them did not like the little bit at the end. There's a little downhill that they have to go at the one end of the run, and obviously they have to do it 5 times. It's a little bit bumpy. They call it a beach. It's more like the moon, I think. But it's a little bit of a tough course, which I wonder if that's why some of the people that are more used to cross or something like that might enjoy this kind of course, because most of it is flat. Most of it you can see is the promenade. But at both ends there's a little bit that's a little bit more like off-road, and if you're not used to that, that might be something that could throw you off a little bit, I guess.
You have to watch your step a bit, and of course you're tired, so watching your step is not really what you're good at. But we just saw the female podium of the Olympic distance, also much love for those athletes who also, of course, did a fantastic race.
We might see them
in
a few years back.
Short distance we had this year. Last year it was 2 different days. This year they're both together. Which means that there's always people crossing the finish line. It's quite nice. There's always people running. It's quite nice for the spectators to have it that way.
Yeah, it's also nice for the age group athletes to be racing with a longer distance, with the middle distance athletes, to see how they do and to feel it first.
The weaker swimmers, they might not like it so much.
No, probably not.
1.9 kilometer swim.
Yeah, that's a different story. Yeah, or when you're a bit behind on the bike, and then you see everyone you were sort of in the vicinity of just going off and going already to the run, and you're like, well, I got 2 laps more. But I did it last year, the Olympic distance last year, which was on a separate date, and then was a drafting race, and that was also nice. It was a different let's say group of people joining. Was Campeonato de Canarias also part of that, so it's much more than, of course, shorter distance racing. But I have to admit that I prefer this way, to have both races together, one big family. And
what would you choose to race today if you have to choose?
With my fitness, I would just make it through the Olympic distance. Okay. No way I would make it through the Olympic.
It's still really good.
Yeah. I would be the one as an age grouper who would say, okay, well, let's not go top speed from the beginning, but let's do base pace.
Yeah.
And make it. But that's not. That's coming from the mindset of a racer. That's sometimes a bit challenging.
But of course.
According to our information, it looks like Anne has finishing her first lap, and Megan almost 5 minutes after Anne.
Okay.
And we have
Ruth.
Ruth in the third position, 35 seconds away from the second. So do we think that Ruth can catch?
No, she was ahead of Megan.
Sure.
So it's a little bit falling back, but
we don't know what happened, because they were really kind of running together, and we don't know really. Hopefully Ruth doesn't have any serious problems, but it's still beginning of the run, so.
Yeah, it can also be that she's taking it a bit easier, letting the
maybe
the
making
tendons
sure
a bit adjust, and then try and fly over the second course of the second half of the course. This we shall see, but it's also nice to see from here, to see the runners flying by and really seeing the pro athletes. I mean, the difference in level between the pro athletes and the age groupers. I mean, this is what we were talking about. It's fantastic as an age grouper. I mean, this is what triathlon is about. You race the age groupers and the pros together, and as an age grouper, you see the pros flying by, and you're like, oh, okay, so this is reference level speed. Okay, this is
I
don't have.
Comparing myself to that.
No, of course. But it's nice to have this reference of, your performance to what is world class, and to have this here on this island. And on our doorstep. That's fantastic. In the sun.
I wonder how they're coping with the sunshine right now. It's getting a little bit hot.
Yeah, I'm feeling warm, and we have at least half shade. So
yeah.
Well, you not.
It's really warm even in the shade.
Yeah.
Well, I'm super happy. So being a British girl abroad, it's very nice to have the sunshine at this time of year.
Yeah.
Sunshine all year round is fantastic. So Marinette now 5 to 10 seconds behind, it would seem. So
okay.
It'd be good if we could get some TV down there, but so many people on the course.
So far on, I think last on the results, so Anne Haug first.
Yeah.
And then we have 5 minutes, Megan McDonald, then another 20 seconds Ruth Assel, another 20 seconds Dida Dirks, and then another nearly minute Caroline Paul, and 6th Margie Santimaria. So hopefully Margie will be able to keep the top 6. I think it would be a really nice race for her.
Do you imagine the position is going to stay pretty much the same for the women now, or do you think your favourite was Dida? Do you think she can?
I think she will have a little fight. I think she will not give it up, because the gaps now are very small. So I think there is still chance to change. But maybe not. Maybe the results will stay like this, and British girls will take the rest of the podium with Anne Haug. But we will see. It's like,
the Brits do like to take the podium. If you ever go to one of the world champion races, normally the age groupers,
especially around here.
Field.
Yeah, British flag all over everywhere.
It's a really big thing in the UK. The age group,
it is.
Group international racing. I don't know if there are so many other countries.
But with the women as well, like it's like. Yeah, I would say that might be same number of men, like women, maybe not, but it seems like it's there are a lot of people into the triathlon, and it's really nice community as well.
I remember when I lived in England, there was a rule, it didn't matter your level, it didn't matter.
Yeah,
people
definitely.
had really big groups training together. It's a way to meet people.
Yeah, very social. They really enjoying the process. Yeah, it's really, really nice.
And of course you also on the top end then have a lot of good athletes. I mean, it's the same in other countries. I think also. I know in Germany it's the same, that you have the clubs and you have all sorts of different styles of racing. But I remember also when I was in Lanzarote, then suddenly all the Brits were there, so the Canary Island and the British people, that goes well together. So also looking for a challenge, I think always.
Anywhere where there's sunshine.
Where there's sunshine, apparently, yeah. And everywhere you go, you see the Germans and the Brits. So there you go. We've got all the cliches down. There you go.
You don't see many Czech people. I'm usually the only Czech person in it.
I've never had that happen. I mean, not being the only Czech person, because I'm not Czech, but wherever you go, some German was already there.
Yeah, I'm quite sad not seeing any Czech athlete racing in a pro category today. Not sure in the age groups. In the age groups, definitely there is Natalie Hodek, my friend, and I think she was leading her age group.
I saw her coming out.
And she's having amazing race. I think she's one of the top ladies age group athletes.
I believe so. I think she might have been definitely one of the first age group women out of the water. She was up there with the best, definitely.
Yeah, she's great swimmer. Really,
Challenge ambassador.
Challenge ambassador. She's really strong on the bike. on the run, I hope she will be able to keep up.
This is also cool. I mean, you come here as a group of friends or as teammates.
They've got to be local, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They've got to be Canarian.
Of course, they're Canarians. But yeah, I mean, this is also, of course, not just the pro racing that we see here, but this is, all the individual stories of the 450 age group athletes that we have here, and how cool is that? I mean, now they are cheering on their buddy. Careful with that step there, and this is really, I mean, this is what triathlon is about, and it's fantastic to see this, and to see our athletes really enjoying the weather, the location, and the community here.
Definitely a community. You can hear it. You can hear them all having fun, listening, watching, cheering on people.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, it was quite interesting. I was getting here just before 7, so around 1 hour before race start, and normally good Germans that I am in this case. 1 hour before the race, I'm already there. I'm already in transition, checking my bike 15 times, and and we're in Canarias, so everyone else was just arriving, and it was already a good atmosphere, relaxed, and like, okay, well, we go to transition 2, we go to transition 1, we go to the start, and it's really this relaxed atmosphere here that really shines, I think, and that really strikes me as being something that is very particular here to the race, but also, of course, to Canarias as a very open and generous community in general, and this is, of course, something that I believe we both appreciate, and
we definitely appreciate,
and why we enjoy living here, not just for the weather, but it's also a bonus.
It's definitely a bonus. You're living in the UK?
I'm living in the UK, yes. I'm not the lucky one in terms of weather. We have a lot of rain.
Almost here a salto into the finish, but yeah, on the last steps when you're a bit tired, very tired, and yeah, it's also fun to sometimes see familiar faces on these events. Of course, to see people that you meet only on events, but you meet them on every event.
Dida Eric's 3rd place.
In our way, there you go.
Yeah, she's going for it.
There you go.
And
she's heard you.
Megan still keeping the 2nd, being 1 minute in front Dida, 5 minutes behind Annie Haug. So she's really showing such a rookie, and she's on the 2nd place. And she looks quite serious.
And she's not really losing on Anna, no?
Yeah.
I mean, 5 minutes, they came off the bike roughly the same. Well, a little bit, I think.
That's a big surprise, but really nice to see that.
Yeah.
Ruth is just 15 seconds behind Ida, and has 50 seconds behind Ruth is Caroline Paul.
Yeah, let's see that. Well, let's see how Ruth can keep it up. But I think for her it will be also kind of to see how the legs are feeling, and maybe she's also not. I mean, it's a season opener. You don't want to
definitely.
push it.
I think for her it was more like a test before the Ibiza World Championship.
2 weeks.
Yeah, so she will not go, if she feels little niggle, I don't think she is gonna risk anything, because she has the whole season in front of her, and
there you go, push-ups in the finish line. You didn't go hard enough, my friend.
Yeah.
Well,
always good to
some
see
of the
a
funny
good
ways that people cross that line.
Yeah. But yeah, it's also nice from our point of view here. We have just a little hole where we can see people flying through, and to every now and then catch a glimpse to see how the race is going.
I wonder if we can get some drone picture at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know much about Carolina Pule. Have you ever raced?
I don't have experience with her. No, I don't think so.
A really good race today.
Yeah, she's doing really well. I mean, I know the name, but I don't think I have had a chance to race with her. But obviously, she's a strong swimmer, great cyclist, and running really strong as well. Yeah, just 50 seconds behind the route. So, we are still 6K. On the 6K, so yeah, you never know what can happen.
You never know what can happen. I wonder if that target on Sam Laidlow's back is still there.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe it has never left.
Let's check it.
Have you seen where's Patrick?
Let's check. What do we see? I think he's 4 minutes behind. If I see it right.
Wonder if he's going for his
4 minutes behind.
normal third, fourth place that he's normally aiming for.
Yeah,
I think it seems like both Frenchmen taking first and second. Sam
Yeah.
Laidlow
They're
together with Matthias, like 1 second.
Yeah, but also Aaron
between
Royal
them.
is also only 1 second
Ah,
behind.
yeah,
so
he's
so
also,
they're
yeah,
really.
sorry. Oh,
unfortunately,
my God,
we
all
cannot
three together.
really see it. But it's. I mean,
On
they're really.
15k, still in
Yeah.
the pack.
That's.
Oh, wow, that must be such a strong, like, mental pressure.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and also Antonio Benito Lopez. I mean, our Spanish competitor here.
Representing Spain.
Representante de España, 4th place, is is also showing his merit. And I think, I don't know what. I mean, Patrick is falling a little bit back, or the others are just running that much quicker.
I wonder if. Do you think that people, if they are here to just test themselves out, do you think that athletes are always going for the win, or do sometimes maybe if it's not the main race of the season, or they're just testing something out?
Depends.
No, do you think they always want to win? Maybe that's
They always want to win. I mean, if you're a pro athlete, you always want to win.
Yeah, of course. But you never know. I think they have also like the tactic for the whole season, so it's not just. But I think like once you are in the front and you feel great, even if your tactic is just like maybe not push too much, or maybe just like maybe top 5 is okay if you are in the front. I think you just forget all your tactic and you just go for it.
I think our top 3 have gone away with everything that the coach has said and are just giving it to each other. Behind that, there's maybe some tactique or some planning also for in 2 weeks there's another race. So you don't want to, or maybe you don't want to go too deep or destroy yourself completely. But it depends on the race, and also, I mean, they are racers. So this is a race against the best in the world. You also don't want to be like, I came in 6th, but I kind of, I kind of let,
no,
or like, but I kind of took it easy, No, you're a pro athlete. I mean, you want to give it all. I mean, this is what you're training for, and this is, of course, what you want to do. So.
Yeah, but it's like even if you are 6, it's not like you can maybe, for example, not go full gas, but it doesn't mean that you go like half gas. It's just like you go like 99.5% instead of 100%. So it's still like really hard.
Oh, and there we see Sam Laidlow and I think it's Matisse that are in the front there.
That's 3 heads.
But the third is a bike. The third is a bike. So
where's the third head?
We've lost Aaron. He is.
Are you sure it's him? If you see just the head,
I saw
just the cap.
I saw them over there.
Okay.
Let's turn around and then we will see.
Quite easy to spot with his.
He's tall.
With his headgear.
Yeah. That's true. But I suppose then Aaron Royal is a little bit, just a few seconds behind. So maybe.
That's a Sam.
There you go, Sam and Matisse.
Now this is the Sam, and that's Matisse.
Heel on heel, and then we should see Aaron coming just a few seconds after, I assume. I mean, this is them putting the hammer down. And
you were right. It's 20 seconds. Aaron, 20 seconds behind.
Okay, so
Ooh.
Let's see how which
the
one
French
of
are taking over.
Which one of the French is going to take victory
French
here?
on one side and the Brits on the other.
Exactly.
The German in the front.
The German on the top.
Go Anne. there we go. No, good banter.
Too true. But as I say, when they all are just like, oh well, we know where that place is going. The other 2 places that everyone's fighting for.
Realistically, yes, but in their mind, I think there's also always still this little bit of like, but maybe she's just not having the A+ day. Maybe she's just having a good day, and then maybe.
Well, but a good day for her, I think.
Yeah, it's still quite fantastic.
Still could be the win.
I think Anna is very consistent. Like even with her training, even with her racing, she has her, like a level of performance, and it's a race, and I don't think even she is in the top. She's not taking it easy. It's for her also, like she want to test herself, what she is capable of, and she's not just having a jog, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. No, but we were talking about this, sometimes we have this 99.5%. I mean, I think really to go to the 100%, or to go, to 102 or 103%, you really need to have this competitor with you. I mean, if you have this toe-to-toe racing, that's really when you can, when you can just show the best of yourself. And and of course in the front we usually see that, and then we think, they're all racing like this. But actually, sometimes especially when you're here or when you see other races, then you see the ones that are like, let's say 5th, 6th, 7th, 10th, and you see, okay, they are also human. I mean, the top is really giving it to each other and really pushing it. But you also see, of course, that. Let's say 10th place is then also running on a normal level.
I think even we have 50 pro men, even like the position 40, it's like still like a really good, strong performance. We are actually talking about first top 6, but there are like so many athletes who are very strong, and the gaps are not big. So definitely, even like with the women, it's still very competitive.
Take a little break now.
And then we see the finish.
We'll see you. We'll try and get some of the cameras on the finish. We're going to come to the finish, but we'll try and see if we can get any cameras on the course as well.
Perfect.
It was certainly a really good 2022. 4 podiums, really big podiums. Well done you. And your only Ironman and your debut, you got the first place. So how did that feel?
I mean, it was pretty awesome. I mean, like at Ironman Lanzarote, I had no idea what to expect, having never actually done a full distance Ironman before. But I felt like when I got to the start line, I mean, there's always something else you could do, but I felt that in the time that I prepared to the best of my ability, and kind of just had the courage and like trust to just go and just enjoy the day. And that was actually my only goal for the race. Like, it never mattered. I was never thinking about like outcome and search. I was aware like what the opportunity might be should X, Y, Z come to fruition. But actually, it was just to look back and think, do you know what? There's nothing else I would have wanted to change, not just on race day, but in the build up to the race as well. So yes, it was a pretty wicked year, and I can say I just enjoyed every moment of it.
Perfect. And this is your first challenge race. Thank you for choosing us. Can I ask you why you chose us?
Well, just like I had a look at the race calendar, building back towards Ironman Lanzarote again. I was going to come out to Lanzarote early for a training camp, and thought, do you know what, why not? Why not come out to Gran Canaria, get another race under my belt, get some more experience, and just enjoy the whole like new venue, work like a challenge race as well, and just use that as like a sort of build through to the Ironman.
Perfect. So is this your first time on the island?
Yep, never been to Gran Canaria before.
Your first impressions?
I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, I haven't managed to see much of it yet. Just been out and done the bike course recce, so that was good fun, and literally just been to and from a couple of places to pick up bike bits and bobs. But yeah, it seems really quite cool. A bit different to Lanzarote, but good so far.
Well, you'll get to see Anfi, especially on the run and the swim, so I think you're going to have a little look at the race in a minute. But so far, what do you think of Anfi?
It looks pretty cool, actually. Like when we were just walking down a minute ago, it's like a large village actually, isn't it? It seems like we'll have a little explore. Seems like there's a lot here.
Excellent. So, do you have a game plan?
Just go and enjoy the race. That's it really. Like for me, that's always the experience. Like tactically, like it's to just go and see what I can do across all 3 disciplines, and just learn more from it. That's usually my main goal, is just to go and see what I can learn. The racing is that opportunity to sort of see how you're putting those jigsaw puzzle pieces together, of training, how it translates through to the racing. And the reason I love racing now in the pro field is because you've got that other tactical dimension again of looking at how you can work with other people to see who can then get more out of themselves that little bit more. So the game plan is just to go and enjoy the experience, see what I can do and take learning from that opportunity.
Oh, it sounds like that's worked for you in the past, so that sounds all good. Who are you most worried about?
It's got a really good start list. It's going to be quite an interesting one. I mean, Anne's obviously a standout one that I'm sure a lot of people will be watching and seeing where she goes, especially with that killer bike to run, especially the form she's in that we saw at Lanzarote 70.3. And likewise again, Kate, she put through a stellar performance at Lanza 70.3, so that's going to be good. Elisabetta, I love racing with Elisabetta, so it's going to be wicked again just to go and see what she can do, because across all three disciplines she's just super consistent. So yeah, she's going to be interesting. I think Megan as well, she's definitely going to be taking that swim out, and she's fierce on the bike. So yeah, bike to run's going to be really cool to see what Megan puts together. So I mean, there's a lot across that whole. You look at everyone, and you've got Svenja as well, haven't you? So like everyone's got so many different like credentials, background. You've got some who are really like focused on like that strong like short distance ITU type background. So yeah, it's going to be a really dynamic field actually, with a mix and range and breadth and depth there is in the field. So yeah, I don't know if you can really predict how it's going to pan out.
That was going to be my next question. Can you predict a podium? But
I honestly don't know this one. I think there could just be so many different dynamics that are going to play out. I think it's going to chop and change throughout the day. Yeah, it's a really hard one to call. I think depends on how the dynamic goes, but it's anyone's to play for, I think.
Excellent. Well, we are very honoured that you chose Anfi Challenge Mogán-Gran Canaria for your first challenge race, and we do hope that you really enjoy it, and we're very happy to have you here. Best of luck to you.
Let's
go. Ya estamos de vuelta por aquí con la cabeza de carrera cada vez más cerca de la meta, cada vez más cerca de terminar, y ahí tenemos ya
Sam Laidlow.
Sam Laidlow, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
and
my God,
just behind Mathis Margier. Second again after Lanzarote, second also here.
Race.
Fantastic
Oh
performance.
my God, they must be destroyed. Such a battle.
Yeah.
Oh, well done to everyone.
Yeah, those two really, yeah, you can see they didn't go for a stroll.
I think they are friends. They are like French guys.
Yeah. Oh,
and the love now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kiss with
a
a girlfriend. We
Important.
hope it is.
If no, there's gonna be somebody really upset.
But yeah, fantastic to see these athletes performing this well. Yeah, 3 hours 40 and something. So faster actually
really
also
fast.
than Jan Frodeno 2 years ago, which was slightly different with the course.
Yeah, the course.
With the transition to transition 1. So really
I think the
fast.
running course as well was a little bit different. I think there were 4 laps and.
So now we're waiting for Aaron Royal. Let's see when he comes in.
Yeah.
He should be
I
just a
think
little
it was
bit behind.
like half a minute.
Yeah. So that should be completing our podium.
And in second now, he should be coming. So we have our first finishers.
Yeah, I just heard the presenter on the ground here on the promenade announcing him. So we will see Aaron Royal here in a second coming in. And then we have our men's podium. And just like this, the race, well, at least the race for the podium is decided and is finished. It's, I mean, yeah, 3 hours 40.
We have here with us Sam Laidlow. Let's see if we can hear him.
I know, well done. Tell us how it felt.
It was hard. I felt terrible in the swim and bike. Yeah, just a lot of cramping. I think it's a bit of a shock to the system when it's the first race of the season. But I'm just really proud of how I dealt with it, like mentally, because I was going through some rough patches, but I kept telling myself that I keep having to race aggressively. So yeah, I'm really stoked. And yeah, we had a chat yesterday or 2 days ago, and you asked me for the podium, and it's exactly what I said.
I've been saying that the whole way on the streaming. I've been saying Sam has picked this one, and this time you didn't leave any skin on the road. So did you take it slightly differently? Was there anything you did differently to try and make sure that you got to this finish and got this result?
I trained a lot harder. Funny enough, it's much easier to train when you get paid for it, and since Kona I've been a professional, right? So it's awesome. And Matisse really pushed me today. We've been following each other up the ranks since we've been like kids. We've always been like the best cyclists of our age group, and today I think it was like thanks to him and me, and also Jan Stratman that we got away. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely phenomenal result, and your first win at this kind of distance. So awesome.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
All right.
Hi guys, let's give a big warm welcome for Patrick.
What do you girls think about the first stage on Sam Lelo?
Wow, yeah, amazing. I was just saying during our commercial break to Katarina that I feel like Sam Lelo would not give it away the win, and yeah, he showed his attitude and his power, and yeah, he's a big fighter, so I think yeah, he's the right winner. But of course, it was a good battle, and Matthias did also like really good race, keeping up with him and pushing each other to the finish. So yeah, really nice to watch.
Yeah, and you see also. Oh, and then we have Patrick Lange.
Let's see, we can hear him.
So I'm sorry I haven't given you a chance to breathe yet, but how was it?
Yeah, it was a tough race from the start. Actually had a really smooth swim. Was right where I belong, like absolutely happy with the swim. Then in comparison to the 2021 race, I pushed 35 watts more than average, and still got this massive drop by about 4 minutes, which was a pity. But I was totally on my own out there. My group, like I was in front all the time. They wouldn't share a bit of the work. And on the run, I just hadn't today. It was like I couldn't get over Ironman speed, but you know what? It was exactly what I was looking for. It was a hard hit out today, so I'm happy.
That was going to be my question. Are you happy with this result?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be happy because I gave it everything I had. That was the goal. And you know what? I finished fourth. I think I finished fourth. I don't know.
I haven't seen it yet, but we'll check.
I don't know. I don't know in my position, but let's pretend I have the fourth place. So
you're following your pattern. It has to be third, fourth, and then a big win, right?
And then the season will be great. So that's what I was looking for. So great race. Thanks to the Canarian Islands. Thanks to Gran Canaria. Thanks for Anfi. Thanks for you guys for setting it up. Yeah, great race.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and well done.
Let's see if we can keep connecting with the finishers. Amazing atmosphere here in the finish line, and we're still waiting for the women. They're still going. Ann Hogg is still at the head of race, but we're still waiting for her.
Yep, that's correct. Of course, the women take a little bit longer for finishing the race. But I think it was interesting what Patrick Lange was saying, that he pushed 35 watts more, which is something that we've been talking about actually. That it's progressing. You have to push more to really be on the top of the game. And we also see the four in the front. They were sharing the work a little bit apparently. I mean, not in illegal ways, but of course you're in a group, and
the mental support from the group you always have.
To
push, to stay, to keep the pace. Yeah.
And it certainly wasn't easy. We saw Sam Laidlaw. He also was. It was not really easy. But of course, having another wheel to just follow sometimes can of course make a big difference. And if you're there a little bit out on your own, or you have just the group hanging behind you, then it's not just that the group is hanging behind you, it's also this mental side of, I'm dragging all these guys with me and they are not sharing the work. So I think we heard a little bit of frustration there out of Patrick, but I mean,
that's the race. There are things always things like this are always there, you know. It's not always like 100% fair, let's say, but that's part of the game, you know. Next race he might be on the other side, so
yeah, exactly. And maybe it's not really unfair. It's just the way it is, you know. You come out
exactly.
and the group forms like this, and then that's how it goes. And of course that's why we also see that the swimming is getting more and more important, because you have to catch that front group.
Yeah, but of course, you know, maybe if he wouldn't push in the front, then they might be athletes coming from behind, and he actually would be even like down.
There we have
the field.
Florian Angert also coming in. Yeah.
I think we also have some move on the women's field when I'm looking at the results. So I can see Ruth Essel dropping to 6, so looks like maybe her Achilles might not be as she would like. And Dida Derricks on the 3rd, Megan still 2nd, 1 minute behind. Dida is behind Megan. Also Margie Santamaria on the 4th place. I think that's like a really, really strong move from Margie. And Caroline Pohle 5th place, so she's still keeping nice position.
Yeah, she's a strong race from beginning to now, also to the
definitely.
run.
Yeah.
Very good performance.
She showed that she is not just a swimmer. She's still doing really well.
Yeah.
And we can see still a lot of changes. So we still have nearly 10k to go, and. I have a feeling that's not still the final. It might still swap, and there might still be changes in the field.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, because now the second 10 kilometers are really the ones where where everything has to come together. And
you're very tired. Your legs are tired. The heat.
The weather is hotter.
It's
really starting to get to you. And we also heard it with Sam. You have to continue to mentally be there, and to be
really hard,
to be really in the moment.
Which I think Sam Laidlaw is excellent in things like this.
Apparently you can tell that. But it's also and this also, of course, from the outside we don't really see, but of course still inside, also these athletes that are very strong, it's still a push, and it's still. You still have to have a good day to be able to execute this also.
Oh yeah, of course.
Otherwise, let's say on a mediocre day, I think even the strongest mental athlete is.
I'm sure Sam also had his bad days in the past. But he showed amazing performance today, and really nice to see such a high level of racing here today.
Yeah, we also see the age groupers coming in, and it's
they don't look very fresh.
Also a fantastic achievement, of course, for our age groupers, and we've heard it, all those different nationalities, 25, I think Patricia was saying. So a very international field, and of course also very.
I think there was a pro athlete 45, Baptiste Neveu. There was, so on the right,
So also pushed himself to the limit, and took the opportunity to go up against some of the best athletes in the world, and show or learn for himself where he is standing. So we still have a lot of athletes out on the course. Of course, the age groupers, of course, the pro ladies.
Few in the finish.
only the fastest few in the finish. So it will still be. We still have some hours of cheering for the athletes here on the course.
So what are your first takes, girls, of this event, of this Anfi Challenge? Now that we have the first winners of the day, how do you think this morning has gone here in Anfi?
Well, for one, I think Gran Canaria has shown itself from its most beautiful side. Mellow winds, sunshine, perfect day, calm waters, hilly, as we said, on the bike, so challenging, which of course a challenge should be for. But also we've seen a really high level of racing. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate we didn't have the cameras at all times where we would have liked to have them, but I think we've seen such a high level of racing here from not just from our first 3 men, but in general from the pro peloton, And also on the women's side, we're seeing them really pushing themselves, and really, while Anne has the first spot booked, let's say, she still has to make it, of course, but let's say the first spot is kind of gone, but behind that we also see, we still move, and we see people really fighting for the podium, and that's really what we want to see, and that's why we love the sport, and this is what the Challenge Mogán-Gran Canaria has delivered, and what it has shown in the past to deliver, and it also delivered it today, I think.
That's really nice said. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. I also wanted to mention, actually, now Annie Haug is leading by 7 minutes, which is like a big lead. And I also wanted to mention then a few weeks in Lanzarote, she won.
Oh, wait a second, we have we have Beth here.
Let's listen to Beth.
I've managed to track down Yuri Kulin, who's here, and he's just done a brilliant race. How was it?
The race was good. My performance was a bit disappointed.
What was it that you were disappointed in?
I lost my 160 grams of carbs on the bike in the first 500 meters, so I was trying to save as much energy as possible and try to close the gap, but the guys in front were just flying. And then on the run I had some difficulties the first 2 laps. And then I found a fridge of Coca-Cola on the side of the course. I opened it and I started drinking Coca-Cola, and after 10 minutes it kicked in and I had an okay run after, but I came for more, but it is what it is. Sport is sometimes very cruel.
Well, we think top 10 is still a pretty good result, right? So if you're not happy with the top 10, what were you hoping for today?
Well, I hope the top 5, but hope that doesn't count. You have to perform on the day itself, but I think the race itself was amazing. I was a bit afraid for the chaos on the course, but it was perfectly fine, organized by the organization, and as well the venue. Yeah, I could perform my race as I wanted by the circumstances, and I think it's I want to come back next year.
Well, I hope you keep coming back every year. It was lovely to see you the other day. You seemed to be chilling out right on the Anfi grounds. What do you think of the place to hold a triathlon?
I never slept so close to a race start and finish, so I really like that. And yeah, the venue is amazing. Like, you're running behind the bars and people are sharing all day, having a nice beer in their hand and enjoying their day, and we put on the show, and yeah, I really like it. It's a special venue, especially on the bike course. I think you guys do an amazing job. And
are you going to go and have that beer and join the others that are having their beer now? Are you going to have time to have a bit of a holiday?
Well, I quit drinking last year, so I will take a Coca-Cola, but I will enjoy.
Oh, then you have another burst of energy.
Yeah, not too much. In 2 weeks is another race, so we have to get ready for that.
Well, good luck for that one. It's really lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
Lovely talk there by Yuri Kulin. He's going to enjoy now. I'm sure he's going to enjoy the results. He's going to enjoy that Coca-Cola for sure. And just
nutrition, very important.
Yeah, just an image of what you were saying, not only the first guys, but also there are a lot of guys that are coming, that it's also a great effort and a great achievement to just cross that line.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. I think like 9th position is like pretty good. It's not, in his case, it's not just maybe he was aiming for more, but it's still really good result, and it's really nice to see even the pro guy. He maybe didn't have the best race he wanted, but still looks like he had fun and he enjoyed, and he takes the positive from the day, and I think it's really good start for him. Yep. And
let's recap the top 10 maybe. We had of course Sam Laidlow with the win, Mathis Margier taking 2nd place. Oh, and we have another interview.
Me encuentro con la representación española en el grupo de élite de España. Antonio Benito ha hecho un carrerón, ha quedado en 4º puesto, 3 horas 42 minutos, ha rozado el podium, repites el 4º puesto, Antonio, pero tú te estás preparando para un mundial, tienes el foco ahí, pero cuéntanos, sensaciones.
Sí, la verdad que ha sido una carrera bastante dura, ¿no? Creo que por los circuitos y por el calor, pero como has dicho, veníamos aquí para ver qué tal estábamos yo creo que ha sido un resultado positivo porque la verdad que ha sido la carrera con más nivel que he corrido, así que contento.
Efectivamente, aquí está la creme del triatlón mundial, están los mejores atletas de triatlón del mundo y es un primer nivel en el que has hecho frente de una manera impresionante. Saliste muy bien del agua, en la bicicleta también estuviste ahí dándolo todo. Tienes hoy una bicicleta, me comentabas antes que te la dieron la semana pasada, cuéntanos un poquito, ¿cómo ha ido?
Sí, con la bici antigua tenía problemas que bajando se me iba, ¿no? Hay que cambiar cositas y esta semana pues bueno, entró nuevo sponsor Orbea y pues bueno, ha sido una semana bastante ajetreada, ¿no? Y un poco agobiante porque había que cambiar medidas, ¿no? Y pues bueno, no llegamos a todo y no nos dio tiempo cambiar el plato, ¿no? Íbamos con un 52-11 que ayer digo, yo creo que ni tan mal, ¿no? Pero al final sí que había un par de bajadas que se cogía bastante velocidad y sí que me quedaba corto, pero bueno, la verdad que contento, ¿no? De cara a Ibiza lo cambiaremos, que hay tiempo, así que bien.
Como bien dice, esta prueba sirve también no solo para medirse con los mejores del mundo, sino también uno para medirse a sí mismo y probarse y por ejemplo también pues probar la bicicleta. Sin duda hablamos de un circuito muy exigente, el de la bicicleta no es un llaneo, como bien dices hay una subida y unas bajadas y ahí claro, fue donde encontraste a lo mejor esa dificultad porque estabas como estrenando bicicleta.
Sí, al final es un circuito rompepiernas, ¿no? Que no tiene ni un metro llano, todo el rato es para arriba, para abajo, para arriba, para abajo. Sí que es verdad que bueno, a 4 vueltas yo por lo menos me lo divido, ¿no? Y se pasa un poco más rápido que si es a solo una vuelta, pero sí, la verdad que ha sido duro.
Por otro lado, el condicionante del calor. Tenemos unas temperaturas muy altas y en la parte de la carrera a pie eso pasa factura. ¿Cómo lo has llevado esos 21 kilómetros?
Sí, ya en bici, cuando ya llevamos, yo creo la segunda vuelta, ¿no? Ya se notaba el calor en el casco aéreo por dentro, ya yo por lo menos empecé a sudar e intentaba beber agua, ¿no? Suerte en los avituallamientos, cogiendo siempre agua y cuando entrábamos en el camino era muy duro, ¿no? Pero bueno, al final igual, a 5 vueltas te lo intentas dividir, ¿no? Como ahora llega el camino, sales por partes, ¿no? E intentando todo el rato comer y beber, al final para no petar.
Te estabas debatiendo con uno de los grandes, con Patrick. ¿Cómo lo has vivido?
Bien, la verdad que, joder, para mí es un privilegio, ¿no? Al final es lo que hemos dicho, ¿no? Son los mejores del mundo y estar peleándome con ellos, la verdad que es una alegría enorme, ¿no? Creo que estamos haciendo las cosas bien y hay que seguir por este camino.
Bueno, tú sabes que hoy todo lo que es el mundo del triatlón de España ha estado contigo apoyándote, nos estabas representando y sin duda has dejado el listón muy alto. ¿Y ahora cómo te planteas tu mundial?
Pues la verdad que descansar prácticamente, ¿no? Este era el último entreno fuerte, ¿no? La semana que viene voy a correr también mundial de duatlón, así que gracias. Así que tengo que descansar lo máximo posible para llegar bien al mundial de larga distancia. Son 3 semanas duras, pero bueno, quería venir aquí, ¿no? Para probarme. En Ibiza hará calor también, es un circuito también con sube-bajas, ¿no? Así que muy contento.
¿Qué tal la experiencia aquí en Anfi del Mar, en el sur de la isla de Gran Canaria? Sin duda también un lugar espectacular para el triatlón. Ya sabemos que vives en un lugar donde se fomenta mucho este deporte, pero también Gran Canaria es un lugar ideal. ¿Qué te ha parecido la experiencia?
Bien, la verdad que muy bien. Cuando fui a ver el jueves, cuando llegué con Willy el circuito, lo primero que le dije fue, digo, mira, por lo menos si peto en bici, por lo menos tengo buenas vistas, ¿no? Y voy disfrutando el paisaje y al final también igual, corriendo a pie, al ser tantas vueltas, ¿no? Está todo lleno de público, ¿no? Y al final, pues bueno, por suerte, mala suerte, era el único español, ¿no? Y la verdad que había ánimos en todo el circuito, así que nada, el año que viene volveremos a intentar luchar por ese podium.
Muchas gracias, mucha suerte, te deseamos lo mejor. Felicidades.
Gracias.
Bueno, pues han escuchado a Antonio Benito, uno de los grandes, sin duda, a nivel mundial y ahora mismo en el panorama español es nuestro gran representante. Le vamos a desear lo mejor en todas sus próximas pruebas. Volvemos al plató.
There was Antonio Benito, the only Spanish guy in the top 10. He finished fourth, as he was commenting with Patricia. Only a minute behind Aaron Royal, which was the third. Lovely takes also with Antonio Benito, sorry. As I said, he had a lot of support today as he was the only Spanish guy.
Yeah, he was saying that. Actually, he was talking about a little bit about his bike. That he only got a new bike this week, and it still had the big chainring 52, so 5211, and didn't have time to change it yet. So, but it was fine apparently because he did well. But yeah, sometimes in the descents he would have wished for a little bit bigger chainring. For sure he will change it, but yeah, fantastic race that he did. So yeah, he was in fourth place, and that puts Patrick Lange in fifth place, Alessandro Fabian in sixth, Arthur Orso in seventh, Juri Keulen, whom we've heard also, in eighth place, Leonard Arnold in ninth place, and then Adriano Engelhardt completes our top 10 on the men's side. So really some names that like we said were surprising is maybe the wrong word, but really that, let's say, use the terrain to their advantage and could really show their strength here and had a good start into the season. And yeah, also of course for the Spanish public, super nice to have a local, well, not Canario local, but at least local, yeah. but at least a country mate here in the top 4 and performing on such a high level. And I think, yeah, for sure he was also commenting that, well, at least if on the bike it wouldn't have gone well, at least you have nice views. So really also the pro athletes, maybe not in the race, but in the days leading up to the race, enjoying their stay at Anfi and enjoying their stay here in the area, and really appreciating how beautiful it is to be riding along the coastline. And even if it is always out and back and you do a lot of loops, like Antonio was saying, you have the whole promenade full, you have a lot of cheers, you have a lot of support from the audience. So actually also for the athletes, it certainly doesn't get boring, and it's really nice. And also from what we heard from Yuri, you run along a beach promenade, and I'm sure there are some people who got up this morning and were like, whoa, what is going on here? And you know, and suddenly they're in the middle of a triathlon, and so this is really something special. And yeah, sometimes you see people there. Well, of course, they're sunbathing on the beach, or sometimes we've had it that they played beach volleyball right next to the course. So it's really this world of a little bit vacation, but then you have top sport, and those two worlds really mix well in this location on this day. So yeah, it's nice to see also the athletes appreciating this.
Coming back to the top 10, it's also only less than 6 minutes between the first one and the 10th one. That's not much time to be in between 10 positions. For example, in the women, there will be probably more than 10 minutes.
Between first and second.
There might be.
So that means the men's race was really competed, was really tough to win by Sam Laidlow, and that shows the race was really intense in the top 10.
Yeah, and this is what we see in the men's peloton in general. That it is getting very competitive, and this is what we've been talking also about. I think in the women's peloton this will come. At the moment we still have some. There's Anna Haug.
There you go. There she goes. There's Annie Haug winning. 4 hours 7 minutes. As we expected, as we were commenting here. You were saying she was the favorite, and she get to the level we expected.
big smile, very happy athlete, fantastic performance, congratulations.
Oh, so happy for her.
Really?
She did amazing race. I just wanted to mention she was in Lanzarote 12 minutes in front of the second girl, just giving 10 minutes only on the run. So she had a phenomenal race before, and now she proved that she is continue this gold wave and being super strong, and I'm sure we're gonna hear about Annie Haug soon.
Let's listen to her.
Rapidly fast. From the finish directly to the interview.
So Annie, you were the favourite, you were everyone's favourite. How was it? Was it exactly what you expected it to be, or did you actually have to try?
I mean, a race is a race, and you always have to pull out a good performance to be the winner of the race. And my swim was okay. I wanted to try to stay on Anna Pohl's feet, but somehow in the beginning I lost it, so I was a bit on my own. But I mean, I tried my hardest, and it was a nice race. I expected a tough one. It really delivered. It was a pretty hot one and hard one, and I'm really happy with the win today.
What was your favourite part of the race?
The run, definitely. I mean, the 5 loop is so cool because you run alongside the beach, and the people were just amazing. The crowd was cheering me on, and that gives always a little bit extra energy, you know.
Excellent. So do you think you're going to have any time to put your feet up for a little while, or is it straight back in?
No, it's straight back in. So the race was pretty much out of training. It was planned, and I'm happy that I could save a bit of energy, and that keeps with the recovery, that helps with the recovery. And my main focus is now Ibiza, so that will be a bummer of a race. So I'm really scared of that one, to be honest, and I hope I can recover quite quick. But now I go back to Lanzarote, Club La Santa, and there I have the best training conditions, and I'm really looking forward to the next 2 weeks.
Well, we're very happy to have you. This is the 3rd time lucky. You tried to come on 2 other occasions. This time you made it, and it was a great win. Well done. Please come back next year.
Definitely. It was an amazing race.
Thank you. Thanks, Annie.
What a wonderful interview here with Annie Haug.
There was Annie Haug, winner in the women's section of this Anfi Challenge Mogán-Gran Canaria 2023.
Very composed. I mean, she literally just crossed the line.
She looks better than I would look, for sure.
We can see maybe she could even run faster, which is unbelievable.
But you also saw this change in composure when Beth was asking about, and is it straight back to racing? And you really saw the switch from,
of course.
Racing, and then straight back. This is mental switch. But now we go back to training. So really someone who is very focused, very professional, highest level, of course, of one of the best athletes in the world, of course. Let's see what we can see the rest of the season out of her. But it's been one heck of a start to the season that she has shown.
It's always really a lot of positive energy from Annie Haug. She's always a very a happy person. She is very grown-up athlete.
Yeah,
for sure. And it's also nice from her to hear that 5 laps and you always have the crowd cheering, and I think
definitely.
this is really,
I think that does a lot.
It's a mark of this, or a characteristic of this.
Yeah, because not every race is just so kind of close to the spectators, so close to everything what's going on. And, sometimes you just run many miles just there and back and nothing around. So I'm sure for everyone today it was really beneficial to have the support all the time on the course.
Yeah, and we also see here in this finish area, under the palm trees, in the grass, to be able to relax, and some of our athletes staying very close. Like Joey Curlin was saying, he has never stayed so close to a finish line. So some of our athletes have their fresh shower and their hotel bed very close to be able to relax. Some others may take another jump in the ocean after the race and enjoy a bit of relaxed time on the beach. It's anything goes once you've crossed the finish line, and some ice cream, some pancakes, whatever you want after the race, because you've been passing all those nice places the whole time on the run course. So that comes in handy now.
Yeah,
sure.
definitely. Unfortunately, we don't have any update on the
Yeah.
second and third girls.
But
we have another
more
guy.
finishers, yeah. Let's hear them.
So Aaron Royal, congratulations on your podium. You were one of the picks of Sam Laidlow as well to be on the, in fact he picked the whole podium. So how does it feel to be on the podium at Anfi Challenge Mogán-Gran Canaria?
Yeah, it was okay, I think. I wanted to, I think I didn't probably execute the run as well as I hoped, and the last 10K was basically survival mode. But no, first race of the season, to get on the podium, to blow the cobwebs out before another race in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Well, satisfied is to be on the podium and feel satisfied is an interesting way to look at it. But I think you did an amazing race. What do you think that you'll take from this that you'll try to change in a couple of weeks then?
I think last year I really struggled to bike with the likes of Laidlow. So certainly a positive that I was able to stay with him on the bike. And they were obviously riding quite solid. But yeah, I mean, I now need to make sure that I can run a little bit better off such a tough bike. So yeah, obviously swim was really good, bike was really good, run was good for 10K, and then my legs just fell apart. So yeah, I guess that's over 2/3 of the way there. Just need to find that last little bit, hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
So you said you were in survival mode. What was literally going through your head? How do you make it through it when you're in survival mode?
I think you retire about 3 times and tell yourself that you battle between can I do it, can I not do it. I think, but yeah, I guess if I'm being honest, you just try and break it down bit by bit and not try and think too far ahead. But yeah, you honestly flip between I'm going to quit, I'm done, and come on, you can do it. You only got a little bit to go. So. But that's just the beauty of sport. I think we all go through it, and I think it's just trying to keep bringing yourself back to the moment as best you can.
Well, you certainly did it. You made it on the podium. So congratulations, and good luck in a couple of weeks' time as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks
for coming. Thanks.
Such an interesting take with Aaron Royal. First, I would like to highlight he said that he was satisfied with the 3rd position. That talks about the mental toughness of athletes, that if I don't finish first, it's not good enough. It's always you can get better. And also how he described his mental process through the race. I think these 2 things were really, really interesting about his take.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think we've all been there, no?
Yeah. Like it's really like break it bit by bit and take it step by step and convince yourself, you can still go and you can still push and finish. And it's really important to stay with your mind in the race. And
and I think now we'll have the second woman coming in shortly, but. I think in a couple of days' time he'll also sink in that it was what was now I'm satisfied was actually a really good race from him.
That's actually what I was thinking, that he might, in a few days actually think it was not just satisfied, it was actually quite good. It could be much worse.
Yeah. But I think now on the main podium in the center, we're hearing some loudness. So I think the second lady should be
and we don't
quite
know
close.
who is it because we can't see, and the online results not working. So
so it's going to be a little bit surprising for us.
So Megan and Dida, let's see who from these 2 will make it as a second.
You can give your impression. What do you think? Who's your pick?
I think Megan is showing like very strong performance today, and I think it might be her.
You're changing your bed.
Yeah, I know. I was all my beliefs were with Dida, but it's just like you don't know what's going on in her legs and what's going on in her race. And I'm just saying, I think it looks like Megan is like amazingly strong today, but we don't know. Let's see.
There we have Andy Dreitz coming in, not having the day that he was hoping for, but. Yeah, sometimes unfortunately also that is part of being a pro athlete or being an athlete.
Yeah, definitely. Not everyone can be top 10 if there are 50 on the start. So
yeah,
some are happy, some are a little bit disappointed. But
yeah,
it's a part of the process, part of the game.
Yeah, and at least when you don't have the day you wanted to, you learn. Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn, as I believe Daniel Arif was saying it. And this for sure will be something that where he will definitely know what to work on and take that,
especially
take
like
that
in the beginning of the season. It's really important. Even bad race is actually important because you need to find out how it is, how you are, what level you are, where you are, because you can't find it on the training. I mean, you can a little bit, but not for sure. The race is always something special. You can't simulate in the training.
Yeah, and sometimes you think you're really in top shape, and then you get to the race and you realize
maybe not.
maybe I'm okay until, I don't know, 2/3 of the race, and then but the last 5% are still missing, or you realize, okay, maybe I did too much pace and I'm missing a little bit the top power or whatever it is.
You know what to work on. But it could be also the other way around. I think like Megan probably didn't really think like on the podium when she maybe see the start list of all the big names, and maybe actually she's having the day we all herself today.
She's having the day we all always hope for. No,
yeah,
you get on the start line,
looks like,
and you just have a fantastic day. That's I mean, how much better can it get, right?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the thing we all hope for, and sometimes it happens.
Oh yeah, so happy for her. I mean, I hope she's keeping up. I mean, we don't know. We can only assume she
there we go.
is. Oh, Dida second. Oh my God, well done.
There you go. So she upsold herself more than you were expecting her. Fantastic.
I was losing my hopes, but actually she made it. Oh, I'm so happy for her.
You should have keep your
she
first
looks
take.
really drained.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, she did so well.
Lovely.
Oh, so nice to see that.
Oh, nice to see the sportsmanship here also.
Yeah. Oh, she's so happy.
Yeah.
I hope
and rightfully so.
There's
oh my God, third. Well done. That was just like 20 seconds. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh, on the limit.
So tough.
It was really close. It was really close between the two of them.
Yeah.
Only a few seconds
Do you want it on
after.
you?
Oh yeah.
That's our Beth helping her.
Yeah.
Of course, our champion.
Oh my God, such a performance. I think even third place is amazing for her. She was just, few seconds behind.
Fantastic race.
Phenomenal, really.
Giving it her all, and just...
Still recovering. She's been needing a lot of time.
Yeah. She can't be disappointed. I think like such a young age, such early in her career is... even she might be now
for the moment
thinking of the like, oh, I should be second, but I think she did really well.
Now life forces are slowly coming back. And then let's see. I think Beth will have her in an interview in a second.
We're seeing her, Beth, with her. Let's see if we can have them. There we go. Let's listen.
Megan McDonald, you said you were going to try and make an impression on this race. What a fabulous impression you have made. I know you've not sure if you can talk yet, but have a go. How was it?
Oh, I'm absolutely knackered. It was so hard. I jumped into the water and my goggles came off, so I had to quickly turn onto my back, take my goggles off, put them back on, and then I lost the feet. But I was so low on the bike until Ruth caught me in the last bit, and then just suffered on the run, and I pretty much died just trying to hang on. So I'm so happy to make the podium. I can't believe it.
I think you've done an amazing race. I mean, you've only just started, and look at the impression you're making already. You made it a really hard race for some of those girls. Do you think that you expected to get on the podium today?
I don't think so. I think they thought they would outrun me, but I put a lot of hard work in. So yeah, I can't be more happy. Great run.
You put some pressure on her.
You're just saying she put some pressure on her there. It's very true.
Yeah, like I was pushing the hills so much on the bike and spiking my power. When Ruth came past me, she was like descending like a mad woman. Like I was so impressed. But yeah, overall, so happy with my performance. Just got to wait for my boyfriend now out on course.
Well, you're going to have beaten him, I'm pretty sure.
I just lapped him. So yes, that was a win.
I remember you telling me that was going to be one of your objectives. Maybe that was more important than the podium.
No, definitely not. Always better to get the podium than lap him. But yeah, he'll be over the moon. I think he'll be jogging around smiling because it was just at the finish. So
to actually make it to the finish line and stay in that third position is amazing, because a lot of maybe newer people do. They kind of don't know how to play it so well, and then they might blow up on the run or something. And you got there and you did it. Do you think that you being a coach and things like that had something to do with it?
I don't think so. You just got to believe and keep pushing. Like, it's going to be hard, that's why we race. So you just got to keep pushing and grind through it and hope for the best. Like, if you blow up, and you tried, you can learn and go again.
Well, the British girls said that you were the one to watch, and I think that we've just basically proved them right. So well done, congratulations. I think we're going to see a lot more of you over the next few years. So congratulations, Megan.
Thank you. It's just the start, just the start.
It's just the start. You heard it, just the start. Let's see where she's going to go next. Thank you.
That's it, guys. Keep it going.
Stunning performance by Megan, and what a bright future she has ahead of her.
Yeah, that was fun to see. Lapping my boyfriend would also be life goal. I have to get a bit quicker. If I'm on that level, I think then I have a chance. But
I'm sure
fantastic.
she meant it like, you know, in a fun way.
I'm sure they have a good way to deal with it. but yeah,
it was she was very happy with her performance. I think she surprised herself definitely, and we will see her in next year because she's still a young athlete. I think 26, 27. Maybe she's still has a big career in front of her, and she showed a big potential for the future, definitely.
Yeah. On this course, I mean, a lot of power on the bike, on the run, really having the mental strength also to hold on and to hold off some of the other athletes. Fantastic race, and great to see such positive athletes in such. I mean, she has a new fangirl, which is best, but I think we're also very impressed by that performance.
Let's go back with Beth.
Okay, so I'm here with Didi, who did an amazing race. Everyone believed in you. We were talking about you. We've been up with Anna, who's been racing with you before. She knew that you could do it. Did you know you could do it?
No, I'm very surprised actually. I mean, I didn't believe it in the beginning, but now I see Anne was first and I was second, so I'm like, wow, it's blowing my mind. It's so great.
What was your favourite part? Did you find any part of it easier than others, or was the whole thing just all out?
Oh, I had a horrible swim, but I know how to manage afterwards, so I keep my cadence and my power on the bike like very steady, trying to, because it's so hilly, of course. And usually I have like a steady run afterwards, and I guess that worked out very, very well. Yeah,
it worked out very well. You did an amazing job. I've also got Sven Hertos here as well, which we're going to say a quick hello to because I think we're about to say goodbye. How are you doing?
That was tough. Oh my gosh. Really strong field. Okay swim. The bike was just a little bit too hard at the beginning, and then I fell apart. But the run, I guess, was all right. Well, for the bike it was the run's okay. But yeah, good race.
Join me in saying goodbye, because I think I'm going to say goodbye now. It's been a wonderful day here in Anfi Challenge Mogán-Gran Canaria, and we've been very happy with the field here. It's been an amazing race, and thank you guys for coming, and I hope that we're going to see you again. So I'm going to say goodbye, and we'll see you next year.
There was a day by the next day by Didi, and I believe it was Margie.
No, Svenja Tors and Dida Diedrichs.
Okay.
Yeah. Dida, I really believed in her.
Yeah, only for third.
Only for third,
but, no, she did it. She was, she was great. She's such a modest person, such a, nice person. It's really nice to see her happy and see her on the second place.
So
and I'm sure she has also a big career in front of her. There's a lot of potential as well.
So girls, let's wrap it up. What your final take on this race here today?
Yeah, a lot of surprises, a lot of impressive performances, a lot of things to look for in the upcoming season, and really a lot of fun and a lot of great time for all the people around. I think it was an amazing atmosphere for everyone, for the athletes, even for the spectators, and for bringing the sport to another level, and it's really good also as a motivation for younger athletes who are not racing here today, but I'm sure there is also something from them to see their father maybe racing or something. So definitely great for the sport, and really nice to see.
Yeah, I can only second that. It was another great showcase of Mogán-Gran Canaria as a sports destination, as a triathlon destination. Here Anfi and the Challenge Mogán just showing again that we have a fantastic field here, fantastic sports, and the athletes enjoying it, and us getting a fantastic race. So yeah, a great day for us. I think for some athletes also a fantastic day, for some athletes a little bit less fantastic day, but I think everyone will know where they're standing and what they need to work on. So I think now it's time for us to get an ice cream and to enjoy some more of the race down by the beach.
That would be it for us. Thanks a lot for watching. Y en español, muchas gracias a todos por vernos. Ha sido una carrera fantástica en un día aquí totalmente adorable en el sur de Gran Canaria. Y les seguiremos viendo por aquí. Un saludo y hasta pronto.